Yeah, the speaker, you're gonna have to change that. Like, if you could get that over the course of time. Put it You're absolutely right there, Tom.
Order, please. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome everyone in our public galleries to this afternoon. Also, I'd like to welcome a new face to the table today, Jennifer Peckham, who's joining us as Committee's Policy and Communication Division for a one-year development opportunity in the committee analysis position, including responsibilities as a rotational journaling clerk at the table. Jennifer joined us from the House of Assembly, where she served as the manager for Hansard. So welcome, Jennifer, to the House of Assembly. Today we will hear statements by the honourable members for the districts of Conception Bay South, Exploits, Fairyland, Fogo Island, Cape Frills, Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckins. The honourable, the member of Conception Bay South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge two exceptionally talented students from Conception Bay South, both winners of the Heritage Newfoundland's Heritage Places contest. Marielle Sanchez is a grade 11 homeschool student. She is the 2025 Senior High and overall provincial winner of Heritage Places poster contest for her depiction of the St. Patrick's Roman Catholic Church in St. John's. Marielle explains that the church is quite captivating and has been a core part of the community, standing majestically in St. John's. Chloe Regular, a grade 12 student attending Holy Spirit High School, is the 2025 Avalon Regional winner of the Heritage Places poster contest for her depiction of Dead Man's Gulch in Fairyland. Chloe learned about a devastating storm in 1823, during which 42 fishermen sought refuge in this cave. Unfortunately, the cave collapsed, resulting in tragic deaths of those 42 men. She notes that if this report is accurate, Dead Man's Gulch is the site of the worst geological tragedy in the province's history. Their beautiful posters can be viewed on Heritage Newfoundland website and Facebook page. Congratulations to Marielle and Chloe for receiving these well-deserved awards. I wish you both continued success in your future endeavours. Thank you.
The honourable, the member for Exploits.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Tracy Porter of Bishops Falls. Tracy is a dedicated and compassionate employee with the Exploits Valley Community Coalition Family Resource Centres in Grand Falls, Windsor, Bishops Falls, and Botwood for the past 26 years, helping well over 1,500 families. Tracy is always there to support single mothers and expectant parents, offering help, advice, listening ear, and even during the late hours. One example of her selflessness occurred a few months ago when she was asked by an expecting couple from Ghana who had no family support nearby to be present for the delivery of their newborn. Tracy, without hesitation, spent her entire weekend at the hospital with this family, offering her support after and before birth. This family has now called her Nana Tracy. Speaker, I would like for all members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Tracy Porter for her unwavering support and dedication in helping expectant mothers and families. Thank you.
The honourable, the member for Fairyland.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in this honourable House to recognise the Jacob Potter Memorial Foundation for the incredible work they do daily to support those in our province struggling with mental health and addiction. Today, I want to particularly acknowledge the organisation's dedication in creating a remarkable new space in the town of Bay Bulls. Jacob's Garden of Hope is a beautiful, thoughtfully developed ocean space in Bay Bulls across from the town hall. This space stands as a tribute designed to honour the lives and legacy of those who lost to suicide or addiction in our province. It's a place where visitors can come to reflect, relax, and find solace. I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating the Jacob Potter Memorial Foundation and everyone involved in bringing this meaningful space to life. May it continue to be a place of peace and healing for those who need it now and for those who may find comfort there in the future. Thank you.
The honourable, the member for Fogo Highland, Cape Frills.
Thank you, Speaker. A few weeks ago, I had the pleasure to recognise a hard-working and dedicated worker from Fogo Island. I was pleased to present Clifford Rowe with a 75th anniversary of Confederation Middle. Mr. Rowe is the owner of Fogo Island Freight Incorporation, and after 55 years, he is still going strong. He operates his trucking company throughout our province. This honour recognises Newfoundlanders and Labradorians who have made significant contributions to their communities and their province over the past 75 years. Fogo Island Freight Incorporation has been a lifeline for the island, ensuring goods and supplies reach families and businesses year after year. Mr. Rowe's company also is key to moving fish products to and from Fogo Island for the co-op. Congratulations, Clifford, and thank you for your dedication to Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honourable, the member for Grand Falls, Windsor-Buckins.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Many wonderful volunteers have emerged from Grand Falls, Windsor over the years, including one amazing man doing extraordinary work, Harvey Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd has been feeding people in central Newfoundland through Community Kitchen in Grand Falls, Windsor for many years now. His hard work and compassion has also ensured meals were provided to many volunteers and emergency workers during the forest fires in Central during times of uncertainty. Harvey Shepherd's generosity has no borders. During the COVID-19 pandemic, he made his way to Port aux Basques, where he fed truckers who were caught in limbo, again making sure people were fed. Harvey gained his work ethic and will to help others from over 20 years as a member of the Canadian Reserves. Each Labour Day for the past 5 years, Mr. Shepherd was kept busy helping to prepare the Labour Day breakfast in Grand Falls, Windsor, another tradition we are all proud of. Harvey Shepherd also gives his time to the Park Street Citadel, where his work is valued by such a beautiful church. Join me as we thank Harvey Shepherd for a lifetime of volunteer service, helping the people of central Newfoundland with full bellies, thanks to his huge heart. Thank you, Speaker.
Stated by ministers, the Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today as a proud Newfoundlander and Labradorian to recognize our government's new Buy from Newfoundland and Labrador Canada campaign. Launched just weeks ago, this diverse multimedia awareness campaign is designed to help businesses highlight their products and services and help consumers to easily identify Newfoundland and Labrador and Canadian products. And we thank the many businesses who are participating so far. The success of this campaign will depend on the actions that we take as a community to buy from Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, when possible. We have seen the power of the program as people encourage, promote, recognize, and support buying local and buying Canadian. Speaker, we have taken decisive action to assemble leaders of industry, community and labour to develop strategies for securing new trading partners that reduce reliance on U.S. market for Newfoundland and Labrador businesses. This collaborative approach aims to leverage the expertise and insights of various sectors to build a robust and diversified Team NL trade network. As part of our action to identify new export markets for Newfoundland and Labrador products, we are leading a series of market development and expansion initiatives. We will deepen our connections in Europe and abroad to grow our trading opportunities. Let's all work together on this campaign. With our Team NL and Team Canada approach, we are embracing new potential. Thank you.
The Honourable, the member for
Bayvert Green Bay.
Bayvert Green Bay. Sorry, my apologies.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for an advance copy of her statement. Speaker, those of us on this side of the House are delighted to see the Liberal government finally stand in voicing support for this province's small businesses, something that we on this side of the House will always support. Local businesses are the lifelines of our communities, both rural and urban, providing employment and many benefits to those they serve, and our overall Newfoundland and Labrador economy. So, Speaker, we find it ironic that it's taken an extraordinary threat towards our province and our country to finally see some government action towards supporting our small businesses. According to the Fraser Institute, this government leads Canada in red tape, which causes endless hardships for our local business owners and those considering starting their own business. After 10 years, why has this Liberal government still not taken this issue seriously? The Liberals are asking people to buy local, but they have not made it easier for people to do so. They have not made it easier for farmers to make their products available.
The member's time has expired. The honourable member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for an advance copy of her statement. The Democratic Caucus applauds the Buy NL campaign, but it's the least this government can do to insulate the public from the effects of tariffs. We call upon this government to pose a suite of measures to respond to the tariffs, ones that could keep down inflation, keep down the price of goods, direct supports towards workers directly impacted, and support businesses that are in vulnerable industries, but also find new markets for Newfoundland and Labrador products. Thank you.
Are there any further statements by ministers? Oral questions. The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while some things change, lots still stays the same. That includes another secret Liberal land deal that this Liberal cabinet approved over Christmas that sold off 32 acres of Crown land off Snows Lane for $5,000 an acre. I asked the minister why.
The Honourable, the Minister for Housing and Mental Health and Addictions.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond. And I think it's fair to say this has gotten a lot of commentary in the public domain, and fair enough. And as the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure has commented publicly, all of the transactions related to that particular land transaction were transparent and open. And so all I can say to the Leader of the Opposition, if he doesn't accept the facts, he doesn't want to acknowledge the facts, then there's nothing else we can do about that. But what I will say to the Leader of the Opposition, if he doesn't accept the facts, take the file, go over to the Auditor General and ask her to investigate.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
That'd be a great opportunity. But let me speak about facts. Let me speak about facts, Speaker.
Order, please.
Let me speak about facts. Let me speak about facts. The facts of the matter are the taxpayers of this province paid $25,000 an acre for this property, and this Liberal government sold it for $5,000 an acre. Since when does land depreciate, and how can the minister justify that?
The Honourable, the Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
Again, Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond. Again, the Leader of the Opposition has enunciated some facts, and that's what they are. They are facts. But the conclusion he's trying to draw from those facts are erroneous, misleading, and shameful. Thank you. So what I want to say, Speaker, is, and I will repeat, if he doesn't want to accept the facts, he thinks there's something nefarious or whatever you want about this transaction, take the file over to the Auditor General and ask her to investigate.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, I'll repeat it again. $25,000 an acre. It was sold for $5,000 an acre. Fact. That's a fact, Speaker. A fact of the matter is building lots on Snows Lane right now sell for $200,000 a building lot. Again, a simple transaction to a Liberal friend. I asked the minister, why did this transaction not go to public tender?
The Honourable, the Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
And a few other titles here today, Speaker. Look, again, the facts are, and as the Leader of the Opposition said, so look, this transaction was above board, it was transparent, it was recommended by senior officials in the department. We have explained it on numerous occasions why and how this transaction happened. Again, if the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to accept the facts, thinks there's something behind them, then let him go to the Auditor General. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, the people of the province are the ones we are talking about here. With all due respect to the minister, the facts of the matter are this land was sold for $5,000 an acre. It was said by the minister, who's not here today, that this land was actually, sorry about that, I'll retract that. It was said and quoted by the Minister of Transportation that this land was landlocked and worthless. Yet at the same time, it wasn't that long ago that the government was looking at building a school off Snows Lane. So I asked the minister, does he think that this land is worthless?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, I would suggest the land is worth more than the value of the question being asked right now, Speaker. So, Speaker, not to repeat myself, I have the documents here, which I want to table, copies of the purchase and sale agreement between the department and the Crosby Group, the appraisal report completed by Altus Group for the vacant land at Outer Ring Road at Logie Bay Road, the Snows Lane area, and we have an appraisal report and estimate of the current market value completed by Kirkland Balsam of the vacant land at Neils Way in St. John's. Speaker, I'm tabling those documents.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, no tender call, as we know, for this piece of property that was sold off. Certainly no request for proposals for the land that they bought at $400,000 an acre at Kenmount Crossing. Can the minister actually table the documents showing how much that land was worth when they paid $400,000 an acre and spent $23 million of the taxpayers' money?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, he may have missed my previous comment, Speaker. It's in the appraisal, is in the document I just tabled. So I can't do anything. I cannot do any more than that. Speaker, in terms of any land transaction, when you buy it at one point in time, when you sell it at another point, the price changes. It can go up, it can go down. But the important thing is, what the value of that piece of property at Snows Lane was when it was to be returned back to the family from whom we expropriated. It is common practice and in common policy for us to return the land that we do not need to the family at fair market value at the time we do that transaction. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, I'm not sure if the minister heard the question. I was asking him for the independent market appraisal that was done on the property they bought at Kenmount Crossing. So maybe the minister can respond to that one and ask me if that appraisal has actually been tabled.
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, when we think about land and how the commodity that we call Crown land, it's one of the most important assets belonging to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. It's imperative that we get the best value for it. I've heard from people who've said they would have paid much more than $5,000 an acre for this Crown land on Snows Lane, yet they were never given the opportunity. So we have a land deal at Kenmount Crossing that's not defendable. We have a land deal at Snows Lane that's not defendable. We have the lease of a hotel called Comfort Inn down in St. John's here, a $21 million lease for 3 years, no tender. That's not defendable. But yet we have people in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I ask on behalf of them, who were forced to pay more than $5,000 an acre to keep the land that they've lived on for 40 years. Why? Why?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addiction.
Well, Speaker, again, thank you for the opportunity to respond. Obviously, a lot of questions within the question. But let me speak of Airport Road Hotel, Horizons 106, and what we are accomplishing through that particular initiative. At the present time, there are just over 70 individuals living at the hotel. 14 people have already come through the hotel and found permanent housing. Speaker, the program is working. We are providing the supports that they need. It's a transitional housing facility. It is working. We will continue to invest in it, and we have also looked at that model and how we can apply that across the province. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, none of this stuff is defendable. And this government can do whatever they want in this House of Assembly, but the people of the province deserve better answers. We hear it day to day. The answer the ministers are just providing, the government is providing, is ridiculous, and it's not satisfactory, and the public will decide. Speaker, it's just not taxpayers' dollars these Liberals are mismanaging. They're also mismanaging the healthcare system. The Registered Nurses Union has presented options for retention, and I mean retention, with solutions that this government has failed to act upon. Why are we still ignoring the 700 nursing vacancies?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deja vu all over again. The answer is 1,133. That's the number of nurses that were recruited into this province between April of 2023 and December of 2024.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
I guess we're only going by, Ms. Coffey, and we're all going by what the Auditor General discloses. But the former minister got very shaky ground to get up and be really nonchalant about his time in health. The big reason the healthcare crisis exists today, he was the architect. That man was the architect. History will tell you that he was the architect. Speaker, this government loves to run the cameras every time they say someone new is coming to work in the province. But what they aren't running to tell you is that the Auditor General said just last week that nursing vacancies, I repeat, nursing vacancies have been growing over the last 5 years. Why don't we have a health human resources plan?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Health Human Resource Plan has been something that the department has been working on in various forms. There is a formal document nearly ready, so I would say to the member opposite, stay tuned.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
10 years late, what? We're late. There you go. 10 years and we keep waiting. I guess next year we'll say stay tuned. We've been staying tuned for a long time, Speaker, and we'll still continue to stay tuned. I think when he was minister, back when, unfortunately, he's no longer minister, he was telling us that then, so we stay tuned. We'll continue to wait. Speaker, the Registered Nurses Union estimates that over $250 million has been spent on private agency nurses. Dozens of nursing students and internationally recruited nurses are still sitting home waiting for permanent full-time job offers. Can someone explain why?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Pleased to say that this year we will graduate 246 new RNs in this province. From the point of view of agency nurses, as my predecessors have said, it was agency nurses or no nurses, care or no care. The number of agency nurses in this province currently is down by 42%. And that trajectory downwards continues, and we are committed to reduce our reliance on them to an absolute minimum. But I will warn the members opposite, they are essential and have been for decades in Labrador.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, it's fine to say you got these nurses, but how many are staying here? How many are actually staying in this province? How many of them are agency nurses? We were told last year we're reducing our reliance on agency nurses. Now we found out last week by Dr. Parfrey that we're increasing our usage of agency nurses. The messages are all mixed, Mr. Speaker. No one can keep track of it. Government seems to think that they got it under control, but I question that. Speaker, NAPE has spoken out about contracting out of ultrasound service in Labrador-Grenfell, calling it an insult. The union suggested solutions last fall, but never got a response. Speaker, why is the minister ignoring frontline healthcare workers when they put forward solutions?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it would also be good to point out that of the nursing class last year, 2024, 95% of them stayed in the province. 95%. With regard to the member's question about ultrasound services, we are ensuring that those services in Labrador continue, and we are doing so whilst continuing to recruit for a difficult-to-recruit position. We have recruitment initiatives in place, and we are confident that in time we will find a publicly funded full-time employee. Thank you.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, I have the same question as Jerry Earl, President of NAPE. Why can private agencies get staff and government cannot? Simple question.
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We've been working closely with NAPE allied health professionals, RNU, and other stakeholders in the union sphere to ensure that we listen to what it is they suggest about how we can recruit and retain. I would argue that we have been partially successful. Is the job done? No. But it is getting done, and we are making strides in the right direction. I would argue that 1,133 new RNs is something, new nurses is something to be pleased with. It is not the end of the problem, but we will continue to work on it until we get to a state where it is.
The Honourable the Member Terranova.
It's amazing how the Minister takes these numbers and jumbles them together. The comment was on RNs. We'd love to know how many RNs were hired. Speaker, this past week, and this government has known about it for a year, there were no internists available in the whole eastern rural area again, forcing patient transfers and diversions, and I've been told the Health Sciences Centre had to take in nearly 30 patients from rural Newfoundland. When will this Liberal government prioritise specialist recruitment in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, specifically at GB Cross and Claremont, so patients can receive closer to care home and rural Newfoundlanders and Labradorians can get the care they deserve?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
I take a little bit of exception to the concept of jumbling numbers. I thought I was quite clear, 1,133 nurses. In answer to the member opposite's specific question, the answer is 761. That's the registered nurses. So if you'd like me to break it out further, I can. Member opposite does highlight an issue with general internal medicine in rural areas. We are working closely with the NLMA to come up with a package that will further enhance their compensation and be more attractive. In the interim, we have increased the number of general internal medicine residency slots here to train our own. In addition, my colleague, who is currently sitting 3 rows behind me, has just come back from Europe on a further recruitment tour looking at bringing Canadians training abroad back to this province.
The Honourable the Member Terranova.
The recruitment scheme for internal medicine specialists was to take them from rural Newfoundland and bring them into St. John's and mislead the public by telling them that they've hired all of these doctors, when in fact it's addition by subtraction. Speaker, critical wound care services still remain unavailable at GB Cross and Claremont. Surgeons are raising the alarm. Not just the patients now, but the surgeons. They are performing procedures knowing the lack of wound care is setting patients up for complications. When will wound care resume in Claremont at GB Cross?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's an excellent question. Having spent 15 years running what was rural Newfoundland's only surgical wound clinic, wound care is a topic close to my heart, and certainly I'm not aware of the issue that the member opposite raises. I do know there have been several nurses who have completed the NSWOC wound care course and are certified and are currently looking for jobs. So maybe there's an opportunity here for us to match them up.
The Honourable the Member Terranova.
The Minister paid attention in the last sitting when this was all over CBC and it was asked in the House of Assembly. He would know that the individual that was performing wound care at GB Cross was taken out of her job to answer phones for pre-admission surgeries. We have a wound care specialist in Claremont who's not practicing. The answer that was given to me by the department is because it's in every nurse's scope of care, which this minister knows is wrong. Every nurse is not qualified to do wound care. It's not a part of their scope of care. Speaker, surgeons at GB Cross and Claremont are being told there isn't enough funding to increase the number of procedures like colonoscopies. I've been told there's a wait list for over 1,000 patients, a massive wait list. That's GB Cross alone, and it's cut because of budgets. These surgeons are ready and willing to work through the backlog, but the resources are not there and are not coming. Why won't the Liberal government give specialists the tools they need to provide the health care to the men and women in rural Newfoundland who need these services?
Expired. The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much. I think we're experiencing some jumbling of concepts from the other side, Speaker. It is in every RN and actually every LPN scope of practice wound care. They are trained and taught to do that. It is to different levels and in different levels of complexity. Every physician who receives their degree and accreditation can suture a wound, but not everyone is a surgeon. There are variations in practice that mean that some people specialise in wounds to an extent that are complex and difficult. I have no problem taking away the member's comments opposite about the distribution of wound care resources in his area. I do not have the answer for him specifically with relationship to Clarenville, but we'll get it for him.
The Honourable Member Terranova.
I'd like to ask the Minister to clarify a statement from NLH's own website. Negative pressure wound therapy. Click on the markers on the image to learn how NWPT works. Application performed by an RN, yes. Requires an order from a physician or a nurse practitioner or a skin and wound care consultant. That is not what every nurse does. It's part of the training that is available to them, but there should be a wound care specialist in Clarenville. We got all kinds of people coming out from bowel cancer. The surgeons are saying it's required and it's not there. So when is it coming back?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. It's been a long time since I discussed the intricacies of negative wound pressure, and I didn't expect to do this in the House of Assembly, quite frankly. But the bottom line is, any competent RN who has been appropriately trained can apply negative wound pressure. The need and the directive to do that may require advanced skills and training. So the member opposite is conflating things and making a situation into something that it is not. I am not saying that wound care as a specialty is missing from Clarenville. I'm not arguing the point. What I'm saying is he is making mileage out of a specialty he knows little about.
The Honourable Member for Central West Bellevue.
Speaker, there are too many people in my district of Central West Bellevue that are without a family doctor, and this is completely unacceptable. How many of this year's medical graduates have the Liberal secured to provide care to the residents of our district?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I won't have this year's figures because the Calms match hasn't started yet, and I certainly don't immediately have to hand the numbers for last year. I've got numbers for just about everything else here. What I can say is that in May of 2023, we had 32,000 people connected through Patient Connect with family care teams. That number, as of January this year, is 73,370, an increase of 41,000. People who are now rostered to a primary care team who didn't have primary care before.
The Honourable Member for Central West Bellevue.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, I didn't hear an actual answer to my question from the Minister, and my constituents certainly deserve an answer, not more Liberal talking points. How many medical professionals have been recruited to provide health care in my district? Are there any job fairs going to be happening for Whitburn, Placentia, Bjorn Healthcare Centre and GB Cross?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I can't give him the breakdown for his district, but I will certainly get it for him. And in relation to job fairs, the answer is yes. In actual fact, there are, I believe, 16 going to be held across the province in various locations. These have yet to be determined. And if he would like to make a bid for Arnold's Cove or somewhere, I'd be happy to put that in with NLHS.
The Honourable the Member Torrington Mountains.
Children are the heart and soul of our communities. What specific protocols are in place to ensure timely medevac transportation for sick and injured children, such as a 22-day-old infant from Northern Labrador to the Janeway Children's Health Rehabilitation Centre?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The member opposite is right about the importance of our children. They are fewer and further between now than they used to be. I can't speak to specifics without specific consent from the families concerned, and even then we have a precedent or a tradition here of not bringing personal health matters before the House. But in principle, a call from a physician or a healthcare provider at any location requiring a medevac to a higher level of care is triaged through a medical control centre. Since the integration of the air and ground ambulance here, as part of the health accord. This is all done by clinicians. It is not done by administrators or bureaucrats. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Torn Gap Mountains.
So, Speaker, I didn't ask about a specific incident. I just used as an example. I can actually stand up here and talk about a lot of specific examples where our children or our infants were not transported to the Janeway. The only hospital situated to deal with sick and injured children and infants. And a 22-day-old infant or a 13-year-old seriously injured child or an 8-year-old who's got a leaky shunt. These are some of the examples where our children have not been able to access to Janeway. My question is Janeway access denied to the people of Northern Labrador, to the people of Labrador, when in actual fact all these delays are impacting their overall health and undermining undermining how people in Northern Labrador and people in Labrador feel about how they fit into this province?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. The short answer to that question is no, of course, no one's being denied access to care based on where they live or indeed on any other circumstance. What I was trying to say in my previous answer, to cut to the quick, is that if a physician or a healthcare provider needs to have a patient, be it a child or an adult, transferred to a higher level of care, that is a clinical decision and it is sorted out and prioritised by clinicians, not administrators, not bureaucrats, and certainly not politicians. It is a clinical decision.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, privatization continues to creep into our healthcare system. Last week, NL Health Services contracted out diagnostic imaging in Lab Grenfell. The week before, they announced travel nurses are going to staff long-term care beds in Western. I asked the government, why does this government continue to outsource public health care to private for-profit companies?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. We are not privatising healthcare.
Hear, hear.
The bottom line here is that it is agency nurses, agency nurse care, or no care until we continue to complete, as far as it can ever be completed, our recruitment and retention initiatives. We are making progress. We have not got it finished yet. 42% reduction in agency nurses, but is the member opposite arguing that we should have no care? Or is he arguing that we should have the care we can get as a transition till we get a publicly funded, publicly delivered system?
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. This government claims to be prioritising recruitment and retention, yet it continues to rely on private for-profit companies. The AG report shows they aren't even monitoring correctly whether the incentives are working. I ask this government, when will they act on the AG's recommendations and make it more accountable in recruitment and prioritise recruitment in rural and remote areas?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Again, I go back to some of my initial comments. We have recruited 1,133 nurses, including 761 registered nurses. In the last 18 months, we have added 146 physicians. We are working to recruit. We are competing in a global market against some very competitive jurisdictions. I would argue, however, that at $500,000 as a starting sign-off stacked bonus, we're doing well in the physician world, and we have comparable measures for other healthcare providers, and we'll continue to do it until we get it right.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. It was great to see that Manitoba became the first province to sign on with the federal pharmacare plan, championed by the New Democrats. This program would help so many across this province afford medications to needs. I asked this government, when are they going to finally sign on and help provide medications to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Certainly we would be delighted for the federal contribution towards pharmacare to increase. Interestingly enough, what we're looking at is making sure that the people in this province don't lose what they're getting from the province at the expense of a federal program. Our staff are working with the federal government, who seem to be a little distracted with other things at the moment, but as soon as we can focus them on it, we'll have something to report back to the House, hopefully.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Speaker, it's interesting that the minister talked about losing things there, but yet they haven't changed the caps on it, and so Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are losing out on their medication. So I asked the minister, when are they going to change the caps so Newfoundlanders and Labradors who are currently losing out on the program will be able to keep what they have as well?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. At the risk of speaking in someone else's portfolio, if it's the fiscal caps and financial thresholds the member opposite is referring to, those are actually not set by the Department of Health and Community Services. We fit in with government. It is my understanding, and certainly from discussions around the tables, that these are under review at present, and that would naturally fall into a budgetary cycle.
The Honourable Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this government likes to talk about, how much they want Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to be healthy as province, include access to medication. So I asked this government, when are they going to continue to add to the program instead of denying people medication? Because there's so many people losing out on medication or unable to get any medication that they need.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The MCP budget the NLPDP budget has increased significantly and steadily over the years since 2015 and continues to do so. The challenge is keeping up with medication and also not spending money on Me Too drugs that may not be any significant improvement. Those are regular activities within the department, and I would argue that our package with the NLPDP is as competitive, if not better, than at least half the jurisdictions in this country.
Time for oral question has expired. Presenting reports by standing select committees. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you, Speaker. Pursuant to Section 26(5)(a) of the Financial Administration Act, I'm tabling 7 orders in Council relating to funding pre-commitment for fiscal years 2025-26 to 2029-30. Thank you.
Any further tabling of documents? Notices of motions. The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I give notice that I will, on tomorrow, move that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Thank you.
Further notice of motions. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that I will on tomorrow move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole on Supply to consider a resolution for the granting of interim supply to His Majesty Bill number 105.
The Deputy Government House Leader.
Do I need a seconder for that motion? No. Okay.
No, not for the notice.
Okay. Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 7, Bill number 106.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole on Supply to consider certain resolutions for the granting of supply to His Majesty Bill number 107.
And the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that I will on tomorrow move the following motion, that notwithstanding Standing Order 63, this House shall not proceed with Private Members' Day on Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, but shall instead meet at 2 p.m. on that day for routine proceedings and the conduct of government business.
Are there any further notice of motions? The Honourable Government House
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that I will on tomorrow move in accordance with Standing Order 11, subsection 1, that this House not adjourn at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025.
Are there any further notice of motions? Answer to questions which notice has been given. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Bonavista.
Thank you, Speaker. Residents in the lower part of the Bonavista Peninsula have to frequently travel up Route 230 or 235 for health care, banking, and other services. In addition to the cost of fuel and time, it is quite frequent that the replacement of a windshield will be added to their stretched budgets. It is adding additional and unnecessary costs to the residents and visitors traveling the District of Bonavista. We, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to replace the broken filtering screen at the Amherst Cove Depot to reduce the size of the aggregate of stone and salt on our highways. Many people have brought this up, and all you need to do is to drive around on the lower part of the peninsula, and you'll find that a large number of windshields are broken. I recently spoke with Mr. Gary Monks of Kings Cove, 43+ years in municipal politics, and has never seen it so bad as the large stone that's found on the lower part of the district. To replace a windshield, you're in excess of $400. And I would think if you travel with any degree of frequency, Route 230, the main route down to Bonavista, you're going to find that chances are, with a high probability, you're going to lose the windshield. You can keep your distance from the car in front of you, but it's the oncoming car that's going to shoot a piece of stone or a large piece of salt in. This is not a problem that would cost the government more money. The ask is that regular maintenance would be done on the filtering screen that would keep the large stone and the large chunks of salt off our highways. And that is where we are. It is not a big ask. It is an operational issue for which we can keep more money in the pockets of those on the Bonavista Peninsula, as opposed to an unnecessary burden of costing them more, taking them out. We have several situations that are operational issues in our district. Culverts that will be blocked where transportation infrastructure would have to send down a piece of equipment, trailer it down like in Tico Cove for an area to free it up temporarily and keep going back and forth. What would make sense is fix the culvert, and then you don't have to go trailering large pieces of equipment on such a high frequency to that area. But we would need to get the stone off the roads. And I would say that is a small ask, no budgetary increase, but one that's going to keep more money in people's pockets on the District of Bonavista. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there's a petition to bring back the residential energy rebate. These are the reason for the petition.
Order,
2021, please. The provincial government lifted the 8% provincial portion of the HST on residential heat to introduce the residential energy rebate. The RER was later cancelled by the provincial Conservative government in 2015. Heat is a necessity of life, and heat health concerns, and particularly of seniors, and the cost of living is rising, and the current measures by government are not doing enough to combat inflation. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the government of Newfoundland and Labrador to bring in the HST rebate on home heating again. So in 2021, obviously, we removed the provincial portion of HST on home heating, and then it was later cancelled very swiftly within 4 years, and now we're once again seeing the cost of inflation and that on heating now. We just, just quite easily to see just past year, you see a lot of people noticing their bills, realizing they're steadily increasing, and most residents now are finding it very difficult to continue to pay these bills, but all on top of that, paying all the other inflationary pressures that are that residents in this province are forced with. And you just have to see, a lot of comments and stuff there lately. And we did bring a private member's motion into this House in the last sitting, talking about, removing HST from home heating, so from residential electricity and other heating products, to try to help combat some of the rising pressures and costs. Fortunately, that PMR didn't make it through this House, and to this day, so now we continue to see HST applied to residential electricity and other heating products. So now that we are seeing that those costs now themselves are rising as the rates of electricity went up on the island, and seeing that other products and stuff their prices are rising as well. And now you're having people, trying to pay for medication, having to try to pay for heating and electricity, and even trying to pay rent and mortgages, which are both also steadily rising. So, we see the residents of the province strained when it comes to the necessities of life, which is unfortunate, because should we be actually taxing the necessities of life like heating? So this is where, once again, this petition here from the residents of this province. And once again, I ask, do we really need to take a serious look at what we are actually taxing, and should we continue to be taxing things that are considered necessity, like home heating? So, once again, we're calling upon this government to do the right thing, remove the provincial portion of HST from home heating, and try to give residents of Newfoundland and Labrador a break on that. But, also you look at the point of it is, Heat is a necessity of life. We can't have shelter as a necessity. So maybe we have to rethink of why are we taxing these things. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for exploits.
Thank you, Speaker. Volunteer fire departments are very important to the exploits district. Many times they find themselves in dire straits in order to provide the services needed due to inadequate equipment to perform their duties and provide safety to their communities. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to encourage government in Newfoundland and Labrador to provide adequate tools and equipment in a timely manner to our volunteer fire departments. Speaker, I brought this to House before. Volunteer fire departments in our district is very important. That's what we depend on. We depend on our volunteer fire departments, especially in the rural area. We don't have career firefighters. We have volunteer firefighters who do their job effectively when they can, and we depend on them and thank the fire departments for doing such a job. But, Speaker, in the past couple of years, and I get calls from the smaller fire departments of the rejections, not getting their tanks and not getting their cylinders and that sort of stuff that they need and require. Just this January, they've got rejection letters. I got one here for the town of Northern Arm, January 13th. Town of North Arm, January 13th. Town of Leading Tickles, January 13th. January 14th, town of Botwood, rejection letters for equipment for the volunteer fire departments. In November, the minister announced $730,000 for 39 fire departments. I can tell them that it's not in the exploits district. They didn't come there. But we need this sort of funding so that those volunteer fire departments can do their jobs efficiently and adequately as they can. If funding is the problem, there's a Premier's office in Grand Falls, Windsor, that's going through $250,000 a year. Put that towards the volunteer fire departments. Put the money where it should be.
The honourable member for Fairland.
Thank you, Speaker. The background to this petition is as follows. The breakwater on the lower coast in Trepassey is in urgent need of repair. This breakwater is necessary to protect the one and only access road to the lower coast. Therefore, we petition the House of Assembly as follows. We urge the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to complete the necessary repairs and install a more durable and sustainable breakwater. Speaker, I've spoken on this a number of times, and only the weekend past, they had another storm surge on the lower coast down in Trepassey, where they needed the town to hire somebody to go in and clean up the roads for the 6th time, I'm going to say, since February, maybe the 7th. Spoke to the former minister last year, asked him a question in the House of Assembly, said it wouldn't cost the town anything, they're going to replace the breakwater, and it didn't happen. Not done yet. This October, we had a meeting with the minister in his office, where the mayor and councillors from Trepassey had to go out there to meet him in his office. No correspondence with the people in the town of Trepassey to let them know what was on the go with the breakwater. And here we are today, as again paid 6 or 7 times, have paid dearly to get these roads cleared. When they put it in there, the people in the district had told them it wasn't going to work. Now, they're not engineers, nor am I, but they know it couldn't work. In October, they said they'd do a temporary repair or go up and fix the issue. Right now, at that time, we figured they were going to put in some armour stone out in front of the breakwater where it was, or what's left to it now, and they haven't done that.
Dare the member speak. The honourable member for Fairland.
Thank you, Speaker. So now they had the armour stone that we thought we were going to put out there, and it's still not done. So when is the government, of this Liberal government, going to get up and fix this issue for the people of Trepassey? It's costing the town a fortune, an absolute fortune, to hire people to go down. I did ask the minister previous and the current minister if they'd send down the depot trucks to be able to clean the road that are in the district. There's a depot right there in Trepassey. Go down and clear off the road when it comes in and be able to alleviate for the town. But no, they couldn't do that. So they got to pay for it themselves through the town with a population of 350 to 400 people. They can't afford it. Get up and fix the problem. They have a tender going out. We don't know when. It's not acceptable. Yes, they send them the bill. They're not going to pay the bill. I've been asking about this since last year, and I said the former minister said it wouldn't cost them anything. It's cost them every time we has a storm surge. And lots of times the storm surge don't happen on every part of the island. There's a storm surge up there Friday. there was nothing in down in my area in Babel as well as Spade Torscove that really affected it. But when it's down our area, it's not up there. There's a different wind. So they have to get up and fix this problem for the area. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Mental Health and Addictions for response.
Speaker, just wanted to respond to the member's comment about the work that needs to be done in Trepassey, and I know the Department of Transportation Infrastructure is fully engaged on finding a solution. There have been design flaws in some of the previous work. They've acknowledged with our consulting engineers. So obviously we want to get it right this time. Options have been presented to the department last week. So we're working on a solution that I trust the minister, the member will and the town of Trepassey will find acceptable. So we're working on it and we'll get it right. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member Torn Gap Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. We, the undersigned, are concerned citizens of Newfoundland and Labrador who urge. Can I start again?
Order, please.
Hey.
Honourable Member Torn Gap Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. We, the undersigned, are concerned citizens of Newfoundland and Labrador who urge our leaders to advocate on behalf of the residents of Northern Labrador for timely and adequate access to Newfoundland and Labrador Janeway Hospital. The Janeway Foundation website states, and I quote, Janeway Children's Health and Rehabilitation Centre provides excellence in specialized health care in a compassionate, supportive environment to our province's sick and injured children, unquote. However, some parents and grandparents of children in Northern Labrador communities have expressed concern that their children were not transferred to the Janeway in a timely manner for serious medical conditions and/or were in a very vulnerable medical situation. This raises the concern that delays in accessing the proper medical care have detrimental impacts to the children's health. We, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge government to advocate that all children in our province have equal access to the Janeway and to ensure that the children of Northern Labrador communities do not face barriers that may limit this access. Now, Speaker, I asked questions in the House of Assembly just a few moments ago, and the Minister of Health did talk about politicians, the acting Minister of Health. Now, as a courtesy, I actually went to the acting minister this morning to give him a heads up that I was going to be asking those questions, because for me, the children, the infants, if they don't get timely access to specialized care, their health could be in jeopardy. Not only their lives, but the impacts that, the delay can have. So for me, I think it's disrespectful to talk about me asking those questions as a politician. For me, I'm asking those questions on behalf of my constituents, not one specific incident, right? And it's not just Northern Labrador; it's all of Labrador. We need to make sure that when our children need the care, they have access to the care that every Newfoundlander and Labrador should have. Thank you, Speaker.
Orders of the day. The Honourable, the Deputy Government House Leader.
Government House Leader.
Oh, sorry, the Honourable Government House Leader.
$2 now. Speaker, I call from the order paper number 9, second reading of Bill 100, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6.
And a seconder.
Seconded by the Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance, President, Treasury Board.
Thank you, Speaker. I move second. I think you already did this, though, didn't she? She moved it. No, she did not. Okay, I move, seconded by the Government House Leader, that Bill number 100, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6, be now read a second time.
It is moved and seconded that Bill number 100, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6, be now read a second time. The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. It's wonderful to be back in the House this afternoon. I will say that this bill, I'm standing here in the Honourable House to bring forward the amendments to the Revenue Administration Act. My colleagues would know this is, quite frankly, a regular occurrence. It is routine in housekeeping as we evolve. The purpose of the updates to the legislation is primarily administrative or technical in nature, to update for current language and administrative practices, and to remove uncertainty and address any gaps there are in the legislation. As an overview, I'll provide some background regarding the role of the Department of Finance in administering the Act. The Department is responsible for the administration of the provincial tax statutes under the Revenue Administration Act and the Revenue Administration Regulations. Taxes administered include the gasoline tax, the health and post-secondary education tax, known mostly as HAPSET, and many others. Through the administration of the tax statutes, various issues have been identified where an amendment is proposed to correct an issue or update or clarify the legislation. So this is why it comes to the House on a regular basis. I call it regular. It's probably once a year. We kind of update the Revenue Administration Act, and really it's to clarify things that we've discovered during the year, or make a mirror amendments to something that's happening in Canada. For example, one of the amendments being proposed today is to clarify how the HAPSET, which is a payroll tax, applies when remuneration occurs outside the province. So we've run into this now, and we're going to clarify it. If an employee works sometime in another jurisdiction, the employee's remuneration will be included in the employer's calculation of HAPSET, where the province of employment under the Federal Income Tax Act is determined to be Newfoundland and Labrador. And this is consistent with the method of determining payroll deductions in Canada. We're just clarifying it. Another clarification, employers who are associated corporations and pay remuneration to employees are required to file an amendment for purposes of allocating the exemption threshold. For greater clarity, we are adding new provisions to the Revenue Administration Act to ensure that the exemption threshold is allocated between all associated employers, whether they are corporations, partnerships, joint ventures, or trusts. This is a consistent approach with other jurisdictions. It's worth noting another amendment being made to the Act that is beneficial to taxpayers. It's proposed that the time period within which a taxpayer is required to notify the department of an overpayment of tax for a refund, it be extended from 3 years to 7 years, so that we have some consistency. And it gives the taxpayer, should they have overpaid, they have some extra time by which to claim it. And I think that's fair and reasonable. This will provide more favorable treatment for taxpayers, as it will provide them with more time to request a refund when an overpayment of tax is identified. There are amendments related to gasoline tax to improve the accountability of fuel within the province, similar to what is taking place in other jurisdictions. We're also clarifying the legislation to specifically allow consignment sales for gasoline, as it is standard business practice within the industry. As mentioned, many of the amendments being made are administrative in nature. This includes changes to the definitions of motor vehicles to ensure consistency with other jurisdictions that are part of the International Fuel Tax Agreement, or IFTA. So you'll hear me talk about IFTA today, the International Fuel Tax Agreement, and so you'd want all jurisdictions to be consistent across that. IFTA is a cooperative agreement among Canadian provinces and most American states to make sure it is easier for jurisdictional carriers to report and pay taxes on the motor fuels they use. Getting rid of red tape. Speaker, we must modernize, clarify, and improve our legislation regularly. That's why I come before this House on a regular basis doing these updates, to ensure that we're following best practice. Technical amendments to the Revenue Administration Act are being proposed today to clarify current language and practices, to remove gaps identified in the current legislation, and decrease risk of tax loss. Thank you, Speaker. Pretty straightforward.
The Honourable Member Bayvert Green Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. These legislative amendments are mostly technical amendments to the Revenue Administration Act. As the Minister highlighted, they will provide additional clarity and to make sure our province is in line with agreements and practices already in place both nationally and internationally. One thing I would like to highlight with it is what the Auditor General highlighted in a recent report. There have been changes to financial management and controllership practices, leaving the current Act with outdated languages and practices.
Financial Administration.
It is important for the Financial Administration Act to be modernized to reflect current practices and terminology. So I agree with what the Minister is doing in bringing in these amendments. It needs to be done. Overall, these type of amendments are really housekeeping for our Financial Administration Act and for good financial management. Where I am concerned is what the Auditor General also highlighted was that 28 of the management points that were generated in the audit this year remain unresolved from previous years. So we got to be careful not just to look at the regulatory and the documentation side, but how we also execute and implement as well. We need to ensure that we look at what the Auditor General is highlighting and taking action on it. Overall, this side of the House, we have no major issue with these amendments. I do have a couple of questions for clarification, one in regards to motor vehicles and one with regards to the 7-year time limit going from 3 to 7 with regards to repayment.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. And we look at the tax here. It is I guess coming in line with the rest of the country and other jurisdictions, especially when it comes to the administration of some of these. These things, aligning with the International Fuel Tax Agreement and, changing the definitions on associated corporations. And, it's a cleaning up of, I guess, a lot of things that have piled in over the years and streamlining it into, I guess, a more consistent way, and changing some of the feedback with from 3 to 6 years on the audits and that. So we don't have much for that, but I do have a few questions that I will ask in committee regarding some of the changes that are coming in, and just kind of I guess finding out where there are and why some of these changes were made. But other than that, we are. We don't have any much more to, thing. We do agree with some of these changes and trying to streamline the system and the process as best as we possibly can for administration. So thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, the Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board speaks now. We'll now close debate. The Honourable Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
We're very efficient, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I thank the member from Bayvert Green Bay and, of course, the member from Labrador West for their overviews and their involvement. I will say again, we've repeated it is routine. To address the member from Bayvert Green Bay's questions, I'm going to try and address them one at a time. First of all, this is the Revenue Administration Act. The member opposite was referring to the Financial Administration Act, which the Auditor General did point out is due for a review, and I completely support that. I absolutely support a review of the Financial Administration Act, and certainly that is on our agenda. It is time for us to renew that act. Separate, completely different act than this Revenue Administration Act. The member opposite also mentioned the 28 recommendations. I think from the Auditor General report, I think they're about 30. I think the number was about 30% of the Auditor General's recommendations, and there she wanted an update. So allow me to do that. I know it's not specifically to the Act, but a question from the member opposite. There are 28 recommendations, as the member opposite posted. About 70% of those 28 are in entities. So they're outside of government, they're in entities, and you're absolutely right. We are going to chase down and talk to entities about those, certainly. The other 30%, which I think is a total of 9, they're either completed or nearly complete within government. So I want to reassure the member that of the 9 that are in the purview of government, they're either complete or nearly complete. But the Auditor General is right. We don't want outstanding recommendations. We very much value, I think all of us in the province value the work of the Auditor General, and so we're asking departments to chase down and speak to entities and make sure that that those are underway, if not completed. So I thank the members for their involvement. I look forward to their questions, and I'll take my seat to listen to what questions there may be. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the House ready for question? The motion is that Bill number 100 be now read a second time. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6, Bill 100.
This bill has now been read a second time. When does said bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole? Now, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that Bill number 100, an act to amend the Revenue Administration. I move that this House do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to further consider Bill number 100, and that is seconded by the Minister of Finance, President Treasurer.
It is moved and seconded that I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 100. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion carried. Senator Larry.
I can't do it all.
I'd say that's a little bit, it says I'll get you back. It'll be reflected in the tip. Sherry, did you want me to go? It'll be reflected in the tip. Yeah, back to our courtesy. Right? It's going to cost you, yeah. First one. First one. Yeah. First one.
Where's the sheet with the names, just in case?
Order, please. We are now considering Bill number 100, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6.
Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? The member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Yep. Thank you, Speaker, or Chair. Article golf on the bottom of page 2, it defines qualified motor vehicle. It means a motor vehicle other than a recreational vehicle that is used, designed, or maintained for transportation of persons or property. Okay, so is the intent that will also encompass motorcycles?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. The new definition of recreational motor vehicles added as it is used in the new definition of qualified motor vehicle, and these align up with the IFTA, but specifically on motorcycles, I'll ask my team and they'll respond, and I'll be happy to give you where their view is on motorcycles, but it is to line up with the IFTA.
Okay,
The member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
and then I guess subsequent to that, on the top of page 3, Article I, as 2 axles. So if we're talking about motorcycles and even bicycles that are using some type of electrical motor, then it should be 2 axles or spindles. And that was my point there, is to be, because we want to be encompassing with this and not excluding, given that the definition is transportation of persons with a motor vehicle. And we have a lot of people now, based on need, that are using essentially a motorcycle for a sole transportation purpose.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. And it is clearly defined here. I understand that it does not include motor vehicles. Thank you. Not motor vehicles, motorcycles. Just for clarity, I want to make for certainty, but it does not include.
The member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Okay, my next question, and this will be my last question, comes back to the extension from 3 years to 7. This is at the top of page 6. Subsection 21(2) of the Act is amended by deleting the number 3 and substituting the number 7. And, I understand why that's done, given, where Revenue Canada is for 6 years of, and then if an audit is conducted. We could have special audits then that start, and, if a forensic accounting that needs to be done, so it can go for an extended period of time. So as I reflected on that, wouldn't it make sense, in addition to 7, or after being subject to an audit?
Thank you very much.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much for the question. It is a very important one. The amendment is to extend the time limit for a taxpayer to request a refund. As I'm just making sure that everyone's on the same understanding for an overpayment of tax. So they overpay their tax, and right now, if you overpay tax, you only have 3 years, and we're now going to 7 years. This will provide obviously more favorable treatment for taxpayers, as it will provide them with more time to request a refund. It's for really limited for overpayment, and then making sure you have time to request a payment. It gives people more time to request that payment. It really it's not tied to audit. So if they have overpaid and an audit happens to pick it up, they still have that 7 years. So it's not tied to an audit, but should an audit pick it up, they have now more time, because I know you're an accountant, as you know, when your audit, it usually takes some time for your audit to pick up on these things. So that's what we're trying to do, is allow more time for it.
Member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I understand all of that. I was just trying to highlight, we could have an exception here where an audit was to start. You got to do a forensic analysis of the accounting. It could go beyond the 6 or 7 years, and where an overpayment is required. So to be, I guess, to protect both the province and the taxpayer, should we look at including instead of excluding, by subjecting that? This would be really just for very specific cases, if indeed it did happen, after being subject to an audit.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. It's a valid point that if you're subject to an audit and it goes beyond the 7-year point, should wait. Now, we have not picked up on this issue. We've not had anybody have this issue. We'll certainly take that away and see, we can always make that a subsequent amendment if we need to. Right now, moving from 3, which is far too low in my opinion, to 7 lines up better with other jurisdictions. But if you do have an exception where someone's just getting an audit done later, and we'll look at that exceptional circumstance, and it can be included in a future amendment. It's a good point. Our audit period is generally limited to 7 years, as you know. So it doesn't, I can't think of a circumstance where your audit is generally limited to 7 years, and then you might come back afterwards for your rebate. We just haven't had that circumstance, but it is worth considering.
The member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Thanks, Chair. And then I guess, or another way around that could be subject to ministerial authority, right? Okay.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. For the thing is, for the question for the minister is, did you conduct a cross-jurisdictional scan to see whether other provinces do away with the appeals board for their legislation and put the power of voting on appeals in the hands of the deputy minister? Did you do a jurisdictional scan on to see if that is a standard practice across Canada, or are we one of the first ones to go down that route?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you. We generally follow suit with other jurisdictions, but I'll ask my team specifically if we're being a leader in this particular area, but they'll come back to me to tell me whether or not most other jurisdictions. But I would say, in a general sense, most of these follow, like they have ongoing discussions amongst province to see what anomalies they may have, and then we make changes to legislation based on current practice across the jurisdictions. Oh. No, I haven't gotten a response yet. As soon as I get it, I'll come back to you.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Could you tell us which groups you consulted with when drafting this, and can you give us a summary on what you heard back when you started, I guess, consolidating some of these things, and also I know some changes to definitions and that. What groups did you kind of work with, and who did you speak to on trying to, I guess, consolidate a lot of this work?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Just for clarity, I want to go back to your first question for a moment, because maybe I misunderstood it. Were you asking about appeals boards? Yeah. There's nothing in this that talks about appeals boards. No amendments that really does speak to appeals boards. And the second part is we generally consult with people who are affected by it. So we talk to other jurisdictions. We'll review other changes to legislation that may have occurred across. There's an ongoing, discussion and rapport across all provinces to see what they're seeing. Is there an anomaly? Is there something that they're seeing that we need to tweak? But there's no real consultations on technical amendments, because they're just that. They're technical. They're just clarifications of something that may have occurred. Lots of times somebody may call us and say, how come I can't get my rebate back on my overpaid tax? And it's because in the legislation is only 3 years, and then we'll put it on the list to fix the next time out. So there's no real consultations. The IFTA changes are consistent with other jurisdictions.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. When you come up with a definition for vehicles that would now, the definition where vehicles for transportation would include people, where was that definition taken from or used? Is that the IATF for that? Was that consistent with their definition? And also, I noticed that you said it's which types of vehicles of transportation are people. Is that preparing for also autonomous vehicles that might possibly come into play here as well in the future?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. It is following other jurisdictions in the IFTA, so that's where the definitions are coming from. It's coming directly from there. Good question on autonomous vehicles. Very good question on autonomous vehicles, and this does not really speak to that particular piece. It is something that we should be considering going forward, so we'll take that away and consider what possible tax implications autonomous vehicles might have. But we do have changes that are done to ensure that we are identifying where tax is being paid, how that, removing some barriers so that people who are reporting don't have as much red tape in that regard. But no, there's nothing in here, because autonomous vehicles don't exist at this moment, but they'd still have to pay the tax no matter if there's no one pumping it or not. they'd have to pay if they're not using fuel, they're using electricity. All those things have to be worked out in the next number of years.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Do you have any clear idea on how many tax refunds were denied and the amount of money withheld because of the overpayments discovered during the audits occurring after the 3-year limit, and I guess leading to the change to 7-year limit? Was there a significant amount that were unfortunately denied because of this limit? And do you have an idea of how many that possibly could have been denied?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to wait for my light to come on. Thank you for that. I can't tell you. I will ask my team. Generally, these are circumstances where before a challenge arises, they have already considered it. I can tell you we have a great tax team who are always reviewing and considering and looking at across jurisdictions. They're asking there's I'm sure a discussion going on behind the scenes now saying if there's been any. I am not aware as minister of any, because I'm sure they would have risen to my desk, because if they were denied, they would have written a letter to me to consider what could be done. So while I'm waiting, I don't think there's any, but I'll get clarification from those that deal with this on an hourly basis. Okay, they said there may be some, but and they'll go back to review if it's now appropriate. So if there were any, they're going to go back and see with the change what they can do. But I'm sure if someone overpaid tax and came to the department referred them to the legislation, I'm sure they would have written me a letter to say what is it we can do. But there's none that I'm aware of, but they'll go back and make a review. It's a good question.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Now that we were extending the limit from 3 to 7, was there any review about the possible of any liability or any costs to government that would be incurred when we change this now, or is there any review of that have been taking place of any liability?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. A very interesting question, but I will say, it's only if someone overpaid their tax, and therefore, if they overpaid their tax, that isn't exactly their money. So, the liability to the government shouldn't be there because it was an overpayment of tax. So we have not identified any costs. And I think it is right and responsible of government, if someone overpaid their tax, that they should have it returned to them.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Will we be foregoing any revenue by putting into effect these changes to how the health and post-secondary education tax will be applied to remunerations incurred outside of this province? Is there going to be any worry of any loss of revenue or any, implications on these changes that might lose revenue into the province?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. Again, a good question, but no, we don't anticipate any major changes. It is clarification. So we get a lot of, there are times when a company may have an employee that travels repeatedly to, and I'll use Alberta because that seems to be where we always tend to go, but they're spending a certain amount of time in Alberta, and the company wants to know how to treat that tax. So no, we haven't identified any real loss or any gain either, and any real gain. It's really about clarifying current practice.
The member for Labrador West.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. Are you aware of any cases that are associated where employers have tried to claim the $2 million threshold?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
I'm sure you're referring to HAPSET. Yes, many companies wouldn't hit. I don't remember the exact many of them, but there were hundreds, maybe even thousands, that because we changed the threshold from 1.3 million, right, 1,300,000, and we changed that threshold to 2 million, that means there was a number of companies that didn't have to pay that tax. And now, you know, there are companies, and we can name lots of them, that have more than $2 million in payroll, and they would be paying the tax. But you know, what we were trying to achieve was ensure that small business were paying less tax. And so that was, you know, we've done many things to support small business. That is one thing that we've done, is change the threshold from 1,300,000 to 2 million, so less tax was being paid by those companies. And as you know, we also lowered the tax rate for small business. And we did that last year. We did HAPSAT the year before. We've had a multi-year now plan of improving tax liabilities for business and to lower their costs.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. And with the HAPSET and I guess the $2 million threshold, have there, since that came into effect and the changes, have your department reviewed the results of that? And are you looking at any other changes in that area right now? Or given that, you know, like you said, you adjusted the threshold to, I guess, to mitigate some of the smaller businesses there inside that threshold. But have your department reviewed inside turn there that, like, the efficiency of that and making sure that, you know, where there's, like, you know, a fair balance there?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. You know, going from 1.3, the 1,300,000 to the 2 million really made a big difference to small business, because they can, you know, they are paying their employees more. Their rate of pay is going up. They want to hire more people. So so what it did was allowed small business to not pay as much tax, to hire more people, to really grow their businesses. So it was a very important signal by this government to actually do that and to encourage it. And it wasn't a small increase. I know I increased it from 1.1 to 1.3, and then I said, no, we've got to do a quantum leap, right? The payment to employees is going up. We want small business to expand and grow, and so the 2 million threshold was quite a good leap. And yes, we're always reviewing it. I will say that, you know, eventually you know, it would be best if we could get rid of that particular tax, all things being equal, because it is a payroll tax. We want more expansion. But I will say that there are always things that we're discussing with the business community. As you know, I do a lot of consultations on budget. You know, where should we be placing our emphasis? That's why we've been able to put in so many, special tax credits. Like we put in a new manufacturing tax credit because that was important. We put in a technology tax credit, credits that they can. That businesses put in for their tax credit and get money back. So really, really great things and inducements and encouragements for business. So I can say that we've put in, I think, 3, if not 4 tax credits. We've increased the threshold as we're talking about. We've also lowered the small business tax rate. All of that frees up capital and investment opportunities for small business, and that's why you're seeing, you know, small business is growing in this province, and I'm very glad to see that happen.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. And I know, like I said, one of the changes there in Section 2 is you talk, I guess, for associated employees. So, like, if a business that has broken down into associates and partners. Are you aware of any cases where they broke it down for associated employers to each try to claim the 200 threshold individually instead of as a whole, like to break it? Are there any cases of that happened?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you. I will ask my team to see if there's any known cases, but we wanted to make sure that across, we didn't create I'm going to call it a loophole. I hate that word, but create a scenario where, you set up a partnership, I set up another one, we'll create a place where we're having multiple different ways that you can claim $2 million in each of these ways. It's, you have to look at this holistically. And so that's exactly what we're doing. And I'm getting note that it has happened where people have come in and said, I'm going to create a little sub-company now to escape that $2 million threshold. So it has happened. We're clarifying that. Most people don't do that, but there have been cases. I have been talking about the difference between the 1,300,000 threshold going to the 2 million threshold. 1,300, almost 1,300 businesses, 1,250 businesses were now excluded from paying the HAPSET because we changed that threshold. 1,250 businesses. That's a lot, right?
No. The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions, and they are, again, related to the payroll tax issue. I'm wondering, Minister, I don't have my book in front of me, but I'm wondering if you might know how much actual payroll tax you collected last year?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
I don't have my book in front of me either, but I'm sure my team will tell me. I'm sure my team will tell me, but it would be in the budget documentation. Of course, I don't have the number, and I hate to spew a number off the top of my head I'm not aware of. So we'll get that for you as they're looking it up in their book behind the scenes. I'll certainly come back to you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
And my second part of that question was, did the payroll tax go up in terms of revenue or go down? So that's something that they would be able to provide as part of that. The other question is related to agencies, Crown corporations. For example, the Healthcare Corporation. How much revenue from payroll tax did we collect from the Healthcare Corporation, or the 4 previous healthcare corporations, because they pay payroll tax? What other Crown corporations that we fund, that government funds, actually pay payroll tax? So maybe they could get some of those numbers as well. And my last point is related to the fact that we have a $2 million threshold, but if somebody hires an additional employee, or if wages go up, so as the payroll for companies increases, they effectively pay more payroll tax. Is that correct?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. And as people are looking it up, I can tell you that in 24-25 it was $146 million. I don't have I'm waiting for more information on what it was in 23-24, different book. So they will get that for you. 146 million. I will say that if it has gone up, then it's because of growth within the businesses, and that's what we want, right? I will say that 1,250 businesses were exempt from paying HAPSET, or Health and Post-Secondary Education Tax, because of that incredible change. And I think your point is very valid in that we have to keep an eye to that threshold at all times, because as people are paid more, and we've just come through a spurt, in the country and around the world where we've come through an inflationary period, and that's why it was so much of the increase that it is. But it is something we should continue to pay attention to, so that we are aware and make sure that the 1,250 companies that may have been exempt now don't start to hit the ceiling even without growth. So if payroll tax increases 2% in excess of $2 million. Okay. If payroll If payroll increases, tax increases. It's 2% of payroll in excess of $2 million. We knew that. So it had, okay, in 23-24, it was 144 million, and in 24-25, it was 146, so a slight increase, but that's because of growth in the economy and growth in wages. And as you know, in the last year, that's when we, I think it was in 24-25, we lowered, that's when we lowered, so we'll get that full year when we come through this year.
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
So why are we charging Crown Corporations and Healthcare Corporation those amounts that we take out of our healthcare corporation, for example? If I just focus on that one for a minute, do we have a number on that? Do you have a number on how much the actual, whether it was 4 or whether it's the 1, paid in payroll tax?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
All government entities pay HAPSET because, of course, they're not exempt from it. I will ask for us to, I don't know if we have a breakdown on it, but I will ask for the breakdown as to whether, what it is. I think your point is on healthcare. So I'll ask for healthcare, and they're getting those details for me. This is starting to feel like estimates.
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
So in effect, what we're doing is we're inflating the amount of revenue we're taking in from this payroll tax in one sense, because we fund these Crown agencies. So we're funding healthcare on one side, and then we're charging them payroll tax on the other, taking the money back. So whatever number that is, there's a funding that comes out from government, obviously, to our Crown corporations, and then we turn around and charge them payroll tax. So part of those budget numbers that are reflected in Crown corporations actually include having to pay payroll tax. Is that correct?
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. HAPSET long predates either one of us in these roles. I think it was 1992 when it came into being, and so the establishment of HAPSET. I will say that all entities, including the federal government, it's a general application. So the federal government pays it as well. General application of this tax. It was somewhere, it's been around since somewhere in the early 1990s, 1992. I wouldn't say it's inflated. We estimate revenue from entities for HAPSET in budget and in public accounts. So it's estimated there. I just don't have it in. I just don't have it. I just don't have it in front of me. So we eliminate that revenue from entities for HAPSET in the budget and public accounts. It's not shown in that because, as you've pointed out, it's in and it's out. So this is raw data, right?
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
It's fair to say, though, that the revenue you collected from the Health Authority and other Crown corporations is included in the 146 million? Minister
of Finance and Treasury Board.
I will confirm that because, again, I don't have the book in front of me, unfortunately, and I have to rely on my team who has the book because we weren't expecting these details. I'm hearing that it's not included in that book. That's from the Deputy Minister of Finance, so she would know that in detail.
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Would it be possible? I know you don't. I'm sorry, I recognize you don't have those numbers in front of you, but can we get a commitment of how much money is being paid by our health authority in payroll tax and by other Crown corporations as well, broken down by those entities? If that, I understand it's not going to be able to be provided right now, but if I could get that in the future, I'd appreciate it.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to repeat, we don't record revenue from ourselves. Okay, so it wouldn't be in that 146 number that I gave you. We don't record revenue from ourselves, but I will endeavor to get you the breakdown for our healthcare corporations.
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yeah, and I suspect that the health authority, though, would have to remit it And as part of the remittance would be, we'd be able to track exactly how much money has been collected through that process, the budget. Thank you.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Okay, thank you. I'm waiting anxiously for my light. So again, just for clarity and certainty, we net out entity HAPSET, right? So, but I will endeavor to get. I'm sure that my finance team knows how much that payroll tax that is being recorded from the Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services. They would know how much that would be, and I will endeavor to get that for you. But it will not be right this moment, unfortunately, because the team would have to go out and get that information.
Okay.
But if I may.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
But for clarity and certainty, it's in and it's out, right? So it's more that it's kind of yes, we collect it, but it's not recorded as real revenue. It's a net. Okay.
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
It is recorded as an expense of the Healthcare Corporation, I would think, when they do up their financial statements.
And they get all their revenue.
The Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
And by far the lion's share of the revenue, 99%, I don't know what the actual percent is, but the lion's share of the revenue in the health authorities would come from government. So while they may pay it, it's certainly in and out in the books of the government of Newfoundland and Labrador. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further speakers, shall the motion carry? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried.
Clauses 2 through 9 inclusive.
Shall clauses 2 through 9 inclusive carry? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and House of Assembly in legislative session convened as follows.
Shall the enacting clause carry? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act No. 6, Bill 100.
Shall the title carry? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried. Shall I report the bill without amendment? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried. The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this House do now rise, the committee rise, and report Bill 100 carried without amendment.
The motion is that the committee rise and report Bill 100 carried without amendment. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried.
Order, please. The Honourable the Member Placentia St. Mary's, Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole have considered the matters to them referred and have directed me to report Bill number 100, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act No. 6, carried without amendment.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole reports that the committee have considered the matters referred and directed that Bill number 100 be carried without amendment. When shall the report be received? Now. When shall the bill be read a third time? Tomorrow. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I call from the order paper number 10. I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Justice and Public Safety, that Bill number 102, an act respecting the establishment of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the complaints process relating to law enforcement officers, be now read a second time.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, or the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Speaker.
Moved and seconded.
Sorry?
Moved and seconded.
I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions, that Bill 102 be read a second time.
It is moved and seconded that Bill number 102 be now read a second time. The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in this Honourable House today to introduce a new bill entitled the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission Act.
Hear, hear.
This new act will replace Sections 18 to 43 of the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Act 1992. Speaker, while other provinces have amended or created new acts on how police oversight and discipline is managed, there has not been any legislative changes impacting the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Public Complaints Commission since its inception. I am pleased to stand here today to speak about the new bill, which will see important improvements to the province's police oversight process. The bill will establish the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the process relating to complaints of misconduct of law enforcement officers. For the purposes of this bill, law enforcement officers will be defined as the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary officers. This bill will not impact RCMP officers, as the RCMP have their own National Complaints Commission. This bill is based out of the recommendations that come from the Policing Transformation Working Group within the Department of Justice and Public Safety, and feedback that has been received through consultation over the past year. Speaker, police officers in our province are in a unique position of trust, and strengthening that oversight of police discipline helps ensure that the public has a high degree of confidence in police services. Currently, there are two police discipline processes pertaining to the RNC. Complaints that go through the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Public Complaints Commission, and complaints that remain internal to the RNC. During consultations, people expressed concerns that neither of these processes are conducted in an open and transparent manner, and that there is little public oversight. This new bill changes all that. The intent of this bill is to improve the efficiency and transparency of the RNC officers' discipline process for both the public and the RNC officers. The new bill combines both the public and internal processes into one streamlined process and ensures that all complaints regarding police discipline go first through the Civilian Oversight Commissioner. One of the biggest changes in this bill is that all of the discipline complaints go to the Commissioner for review first to determine if the complaint is of a public nature or if it is an internal HR nature. If public, it will then be investigated by the Commissioner. If it is an internal HR matter, it will be then investigated by the Chief of Police. I would also like to note that the CERT process will not change. This bill deals with police conduct issues. Criminal investigations will still go to the CERT. The new bill will replace the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Public Complaints Commission with the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission, and will provide the Commissioner with new tools for investigation and oversight, such as the ability to launch an investigation if sufficient public interest exists to do so. It will also enable the Commissioner, who will be an appointed civilian through the Independent Appointments Commission, to have oversight of all RNC discipline matters. Allow for the support person or a guardian to make a report on behalf of the complainant. Set timelines for the completion of the investigation reports, and requires the Commissioner to update the Chief of Police and the police officer and the complainant every 45 days on the status of the investigation, and require the Commissioner to publish de-identified summaries of the reports of the public misconduct complaints once a decision has been rendered, unless doing so would impact the victim or if it is not in the public interest to do so. Speaker, I'd like to thank all those that participated in these important consultations. We heard the feedback, and this is why we are here today with this new bill. I would like to first and foremost thank the RNC Public Complaints Commission for their important work. Your work has provided a solid foundation for this new Law Enforcement Oversight Commission. Police officers have a very unique and hard job and face challenges day in and day out. Thank you to all the police officers for all that you do in our province to make it safer for all of us. To conclude, I encourage the honourable members in this House to approve this new and important legislation to ensure that an open and transparent and efficient police dispute process with the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary exists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member Harbour, Maine.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, let me say that you know, it's an honor to stand here and speak on such important legislation as Bill 102 Law Enforcement Oversight Commission Act. The amendments to this act are very important. But I'm going to qualify my remarks here, Speaker, by saying that first of all, as has been stated by the Minister earlier today, that this is a starting point, I think he said, and it is a step. But the question we need to ask ourselves is this step that's being taken going to be sufficient enough to ensure a comprehensive system of police oversight in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador? So that is the important question. Does this legislation, Bill 102, compare to other police oversight models in the country? And we know that there are many oversight systems that have been utilized in other provinces. And even the Minister in his opening remarks said other provinces have enacted police oversight models. And what I say to that is that yes, and hopefully I will find this out through questions, the group, the Police Transformative Working Group, and all of the others involved in analyzing and preparing and creating this legislation, that they looked at other provinces and determined that this is the best possible police oversight model that we could have in our province. And I have some real concerns, Speaker, real concerns about whether this cuts the market, whether it satisfies that. Now, let me say first of all that the police, we all acknowledge how important the police do extremely important work in our province. The importance of policing in our society is crucial, and especially given the crime rates that we see now in our province, and especially since we see rise in crime and other, other matters that are really, really concerning with respect to public safety. So they do have very difficult and dangerous, sometimes very dangerous circumstances that they work in. And as I stated, the increase in crime, the complex crime that we are seeing everywhere throughout our province now is certainly worrisome. And so that's why it is so important that we have a police oversight system in place that will ensure police accountability to the public that it serves. And we cannot see the erosion of that trust. We have seen, sadly, in the history of our policing, there have been many things that have been of concern with respect to the police discipline and police misconduct. So it is very important that we have a system in place that ensures that our public has confidence in the police. Now, when I look at the current disciplinary process that's in place, it has been no question convoluted, complex, clearly lacks independence. We have the chief of police with so much power over discipline process. We have the vast majority of complaints are actually even dismissed by our police chief. I mean, surely and clearly that's that lacks independence and is not satisfactory. We see under our current disciplinary process that, in fact, the hearings are secretive, and the process to adjudicate complaints happens most often, virtually often, behind closed doors. It's generally not open to the public, only in exceptional situations. And let's look at the delays. The delays when an individual files a complaint against a police officer. It's my understanding that there's an average of they have approximately one public hearing each year. I mean, surely that's not adequate. And then when we look at the way the system is right now, there's a blatant conflict of interest that the position of the chief, who's supposed to be the champion for the police, and represent the police guardian, and at the same time is responsible for disciplining police. So that's clearly a conflict of interest. And obviously, those are some of the things that have caused the people of this province to question and not to have public trust, and then faith in the way that law enforcement agencies investigate the wrongdoing by its officers. So what we need to ask here is this the best system that's in place that we could have in our province? I mean, we know that we need to strengthen our police force. We know that civilian oversight is about accountability to the public. And what does that mean? That means more transparency. It means more transparency. Because we know that every time a police officer is found guilty of some form of unethical or unlawful conduct, the police as a whole is tarnished by association. So the question becomes, what kind of disciplinary regime is necessary? And is this adequate? Bill 102, is this good enough to ensure that it's a disciplinary regime that's going to address these concerns? The other thing is, what type of system of police oversight should exist? We know in other provinces they have police services boards. For some reason, the government here decided not to consider or to implement that type of police oversight. And we'll get to this in questions as well. But what structure of civilian oversight best ensures the effective and the efficient police accountability of police organizations? Because police organizations need to ensure full, frank, and free access to information about their organizations. And a police oversight system should strive at all costs for independence, for fairness, for efficiency, objectivity. And we have to ask these questions when determining whether the new Act addresses these concepts. And I'm concerned that they do not. This new Act does not. Because we need to ensure that any oversight model, police oversight model that is in existence, has the ability to look at those concepts of independence and fairness and objectivity. So I worry about that. Police Oversight Board, we know that First Voice, who did an extensive review of police oversight system in our province and the police, in particular with the RNC, they basically had argued, it was, I think, their first recommendation is that we have a police oversight board, not a commissioner, but a board. And why? Because a board provides those necessary mechanisms for accountability. It gives that level of civilian oversight the level of transparency that it requires. And we all want to have the best possible oversight model, because we know that our civilian oversight, police oversight, which has been in existence, has been really negligible. I mean, it really has not, been satisfactory. So I asked the question of government, and I asked the question, and I'll be exploring this in question: does the government have a deep and abiding commitment to the principle and practice of civilian governance? I mean, let's look at the structure and organization of their bill. It's about a commissioner. One civilian commissioner is at the helm, and of course the minister can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I mean, we have one civilian member, and is that going to ensure the necessary police accountability and hold police organizations to account for, their programs and activities? One other concern that I have with respect to, the act that's been presented deals with one concept, and that's police discipline. The discipline process that's in place. Right now, as the minister had pointed out, the RNC Act of 1992 is going to be replaced by replacing the Royal Newfoundland Public Complaints Commission. So that's going to be replaced. But what the question is, what we need to look at is, these officers, they're going to be subject to, a discipline model, but there's a lot more involved here than just police discipline. And we've seen that in other jurisdictions across our country. We've seen this advocated by First Voice, who, as I stated, did an extensive review of our policing organization in the report that they did. I think that was in 2022. And so, is there anything in this new legislation about police standards? Any respectable system of police oversight should properly begin, in my view, with a detailed police standards. It's because we want to increase efficiency and effectiveness of our policing organizations. And by establishing standards for the police activity, it becomes easier, much easier, to determine any deficiencies. So from my review of the Act, there's no regard to police standards. Now, I do believe that the Act says that the commissioner may look at policies, and but that's permissive. That is discretionary, and I would submit that's not good enough. And then let's look at another very important piece of any legislation that we put into play here with respect to police organizations and review of police organizations is, what about police training, Speaker? Police training and education and development. Now, unless I've overlooked that, I don't see any thorough analysis or any kind of addressing of this. Our officers, the question is, are officers functioning in a manner that is consistent with available policing standards? And we need to ensure quality police learning programs. Our police play such an important role in terms of the powers that they have as officers. The extreme powers and authority that they exercise, the power of using force and lethal force at that. So we need to ensure that there's some mechanism, I would argue, to ensure that there's police training and education and development. How else can this act be satisfactory? Is this I ask the question again, is this a comprehensive model that we are seeing? We need to have, there needs to be design, delivery, and evaluation of training mechanisms for police. I mean, the powers that officers have. And I might point out, the government had, I think it was in 2022, they had commissioned the RNC Workplace Review, and by Harriet Lewis. And one of her conclusions, Speaker, she concluded that, well, in her review, nearly half of the officers surveyed, 45%, felt that they did not have adequate training to perform their duties. And so this is not on the officers, and let me be clear. The officers are doing their very best, and they are to be applauded. But this comes to the responsibility of government to ensure that they have the resources and that they have the training to do their jobs properly. So the government's own RNC Workplace Review that they commissioned, again, I have to repeat this because it's shocking. Nearly half of the officers surveyed felt they did not have adequate training to perform their duties. And what did the lawyer Harriet Lewis concluded? This indicates a continuing problem with concerning consequences because it impacts the RNC's risk profile. And I found this even more shocking when I read it. As a result, at least some RNC officers have arranged their own training on their own time and at their own expense, and that goes to the commitment of these officers in order to feel confident that they are able to perform their duties safely and effectively. Now, isn't that incredible? The RNC Workplace Review also found that there's no organized management training for those who are promoted to supervisory positions, which no doubt contributes to the organizational dysfunction of the force. So obviously, and without doubt, there are gaps in the training. There are huge gaps. And we know that other jurisdictions have police training focused on conflict resolution and crisis management. I mean, that should be a must for any officers. And, you know, it's very impossible, it's very difficult when we see these gaps and these deficiencies that are in place for us to feel confidence in this new act. I have to say it is worrisome, Speaker, because we know that police officers are held to high standards, a high standard of ethics, you know, and integrity. And surely there should be in this act something to support them in their efforts. And also the point of the fact that there's reduced numbers, it's my understanding, and again, the minister can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but in terms of recruiting officers and everything, you know, if there are not processes in place to support officers, then is it any wonder that, you know, our numbers are being reduced?
Recruiting is not a capacity, no?
So the problem I have with this act is it only focuses on police discipline. And, you know, that's definitely important. How we deal with police officers, you know, who engage in unlawful or unethical conduct, yes, we need to address that. But if there's no, you know, no reference to the other things that are so important, having police standards, and not making it discretionary on the part of the commissioner. The other thing is the delay issue. That's another point, Speaker. The delay, we know that I think when it comes to the 6-month, there's a 6-month limitation period in which a person, a citizen, has to file their complaint. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but hopefully there's a reciprocal requirement on the part of the commissioner to deliver their findings. And I don't know, unless it's somewhere and I'm not seeing that, then we need to know if that's the case, because that's fairness, Speaker. And we've heard that there's been such delays over the years in people waiting for their complaints to be adjudicated. Some of the complainants have even ended up dying before they can get their complaint adjudicated. So surely that is addressed in this legislation. So, Speaker, there are many things that we're going to bring out. You know, I'm not saying that this isn't a starting point, but I just don't understand why government couldn't just, you've got an opportunity here. Why couldn't you go all the way and make it the best possible, most comprehensive oversight system that we could really be proud of in this province? It needed to go further, in my view. We need a comprehensive focus, and I feel this focus of the government is narrow. It's a narrow focus. So, you know, we all benefit when the police have the confidence of the public. And then they are able to do the difficult job that they have to do. And when the police don't have that confidence and trust, then their jobs are made even that much harder. So on that note, Speaker, I will take my seat now, and we will, you know, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
The Honourable the Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. And you know, after, you know, as I said, for the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission, and it was something that was long needed, and that changes had to be made. We've seen time and time again complaints go out in different capacities and dealt with in different ways, and that the Commissioner now has a bit more independence in when it comes to, I guess, dealing with complaints coming in internally or externally into the RNC. This bill, you know, is going to grant more independence and transparency to the Commissioner. All complaints referred from the internal view will be decided to refer to the Chief or for an internal view. And we see that, you know, that there is going to be a lot more, I guess, independence in the operations of that, and we'll see how that operates and rolls out. You know, you look at it like I said, there's options for appeal once the decisions are made, and you know, there's an appeal board of a three-person committee, and you know, one person appointed by the Commissioner, one law enforcement appointed by the association, and one person or maybe or may not be an officer appointed in agreement by the other two people with a dispute mechanism if the two parties don't agree to the third person. And we look at the importance of independence when we review complaints coming in this field, when it comes to officers, when it comes to law enforcement internally and externally. And we've seen how, unfortunately, how things played out in the province in the past when complaints were done. You know, it wasn't a very independent process. It wasn't a very efficient process, and it led to more questions and more concern than it did actually any resolution. And so we need to go down, I guess, and find a mechanism that would actually work and that would be independent and will be able to determine how things go from there, internally and externally. You know, like, is it you know, everything that was you know, everything that came out when you know, from First Voice and other advocacy groups, no, is not completely there. But you know, we do see the importance of independence, and it's moving in the right direction. And I'm sure, you know, we could, you know, we'll have these discussions as we go along on, you know, what is going to work and what's not going to work, and how it is truly independent, and how do we deal with these different files that come forward from to the general public, but also internally within the organization themselves. You know, the minister made a point, you know, that, you know, there's nothing has been changed in decades when it came to this process. And we're still, I guess, when it comes to this case, we're still stuck in the 90s. So this is I guess one good first step forward. And we do agree that independence is important when dealing with these situations, but also we want to make sure that the people that are impacted and their complaints are legitimately heard and by an independent voice or an independent individual who can actually determine where it goes from there. So with this, I have a lot of questions for the minister. I don't want to belabor this too much, but I do have a lot of questions for the minister going forward, and I look forward to having that back and forth with the minister. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable the Member Mount Pearl Southlands.
Good to be back at it. Speaker, I just wanted to take a few minutes just to, I guess, support this initiative, Bill 102. I don't want to make things too repetitive. I would say, first of all, that I have the utmost confidence in the RNC. I know a lot of people in the RNC. I actually had two brothers who were police officers in the RNC many years ago. My father-in-law was an RNC officer. I worked there in a civilian role many years ago. I have lots of constituents in the RNC, past and present, and lots of friends. And there have been a lot of good people that have gone through that organization over the years. And we still have a number of great people working at the RNC. So I want to be crystal clear on that. And when you see some people, and I know a couple of years ago you had this whole thing, defund the police and all this old foolishness, I got to say I had to restrain myself because, some of the same people that would say that are the people that would be the first ones to call them if they needed them. But anyway, I won't go down that rabbit hole. But we all understand the importance of law enforcement and the role that police play in keeping our communities safe. And they are a very important cog in the wheel, obviously. I would agree with my colleague from Harbour, Maine, that it's important that all of our police officers are properly trained. Obviously, they go through a training process to become police officers, and I know there is ongoing training throughout their career and some specialty training depending on what direction they may want to go in. This bill, however, is not about training, albeit I agree it is important. This is about ensuring we have appropriate oversight for our police, and in particular our RNC, because the RCMP, I believe, are covered under federal legislation, so that's why they're not included in this piece of legislation. I would just add, I guess perhaps as a comment around this, it's talking about law enforcement and having a independent complaints process for law enforcement. One question I would have, I know this is specifically, we're talking about the RNC, but we also have, for example, wildlife officers who are not our CMP, they're wildlife officers, they are provincial in nature, and they do carry weapons, I do believe, or some of them do, and they can enforce the law. They are having interactions with the public, perhaps out on the Salmon River or moose hunting or whatever the case might be. And it is likewise, in my view, just as important that those officers also, that we have a system to ensure that they are doing their jobs properly and that there's no abuse of power and so on as well. Not that I'm suggesting that that's happening, but if we're going to do it, it should apply to all law enforcement. And if there are any others I'm missing in terms of other enforcement people within the government like that, then I think it may not be covered under this one, but it's certainly something I would say to the Minister, we should have a process in place if we don't, to ensure that it's covering those people as well. What we're talking about, we have a system now, but as the Minister indicated in his commentary, and I've heard it myself, and I agree with the commentary, that, under the current system, when you go to the Police Complaints Commission, really it's the police investigating them themselves. And even if it reaches the level of the chief, albeit the chief is in charge of the organization, it's a management position and so on, but whether it need not be real, but even the perception is still the same perception that they are investigating themselves. Because I know the current chief when he was a constable. I know a lot of the chiefs on up through and so on. And some of the guys that are current chief are supervising now would have been driving around in the patrol car with him. So I understand he has, I'm not suggesting, I'm not in any way challenging his integrity and so on, but the reality of it is that under the current system, if he was doing an investigation, he could be doing an investigation of the same guy that he went through the police academy with, and they were doing night shift together, doing patrols and so on. And just that he may have risen to a certain level and the other officer may not have, but that connection is still there. So from a perception point of view, if nothing else, it's important to have that independence. Now, I'm glad to hear that CERT will still continue, so when it comes to serious instances, and if there's, somebody, there's firearms involved, somebody, God forbid, gets killed or shot or whatever the case might be, some very serious criminal incidents that are criminal in nature, and we've had some of those unfortunate situations, then we still have CERT. So that's an important point to make. But what this is really doing is that it's just adding that an external commissioner that if, as a member of the general public, if I feel that I've been, for example, mistreated by a police officer, perhaps bullied by a police officer, perhaps assaulted by a police officer, an abuse of power situation type of thing, that I have someone that I can make a complaint to who is not a member of the RNC, including the chief. That's what this is really all about. And you know what? 99%, I'm going to say, of the police officers we have and have had have all been great people. But there have been bad apples, and that's with every organization. There's not one out there. Nobody can name an organization that you're not going to have people slip through that probably are not necessarily there for the right reasons, they're not the right fit for the job, and they don't do a good job. It happens everywhere. And this organization, RNC, would be no different than RCMP, would be no different than any other organization you can think of. And there have been some situations. I know over the years there's been one or two people I can think of over the years ago that I shook my head more than once and my God, how did they ever, how did that person ever get here? But that was a very, very, very slim minority. I would suggest that the officers at the RNC would be welcoming of this. I know if I were an officer at the RNC, or if I was a wildlife officer, or RCMP, whatever the case might be, I would want this. I would want this. Because by having this, it's maintaining the integrity of us all. It shows integrity for everybody that's working there. And anybody who was a police officer would want this because they want to protect their integrity. They want to protect their reputation. They want people to have confidence. When you pick up that phone and you call 911 or you call 729-8000, whatever the case might be, you want to ensure that the person that's coming to that door is fair, just, professional, empathetic where necessary, and equipped to do that job. That's what the public wants, and that's what the RNC as an organization, I'm sure, I know, they want the very same thing for themselves and for the officers. This is a protection for them, actually, because we have to remember that there's also people out there in our society that, while there may be a bad egg can come through, lots of bad eggs out in the public making false complaints. about police officers as well. So this is as much for their protection as it is for the public's, really. I would only say my final comment on it, and I don't want to go off on a tangent and not be relevant, because we're here to talk about this particular piece of legislation. But I would just say to the Minister, and I'm sure he would agree, I think we've talked about it in the past on some level, we really need to get to the point in this province where we implement body cameras. I really think that's where we need to go, because then when somebody makes a complaint about a police officer, about how they treated somebody, the evidence is there. People are making false complaints, the officer is cleared. People have legitimate complaints, the evidence is there. That's really where we need to go, I think. It's in other, we all know it's in other jurisdictions have it. And I'm not suggesting we're going to have this tomorrow. I know there's got to be cost associated to it, training associated to it, support, because not as simply as just buying a bunch of cameras and sticking them on your vest the way to go. Somebody got to maintain this stuff and everything else. But I really think that if we truly want to protect the public and protect the officers as well, having those body cams would go a long way in doing it, backed up by this particular piece of legislation as well. That way, then, you know, there's no question. There's no question, then everything is crystal clear. It's there for everyone to see, and everyone's protected. The public is protected, the police officer is protected, and the integrity of the system and of the police force is also protected. This goes a long way in doing it, I would say, to the Minister. I agree. There are other things. I would agree with my colleague from Harbour Main. There are other things, always other things we can do, including more training, better training, including body cams. But as far as what we're doing here today on this particular piece of legislation, I think it's a step in the right direction. I support it, and I believe that members of the RNC would also support it. And again, I would say to the Minister, we need to do something similar for wildlife officers and other enforcement officers in the province who may not fall under this piece of legislation. We need something similar to protect the public and to protect those officers as well. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, if the Minister of Justice and Public Safety speaks now, we'll close debate. The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the members who spoke today. Member for Harbour Main. There's a lot to unpack in some of the comments that were made today, so I won't delve into too much, other than to say this bill is not about what boots the RNC wears. It's not about the training they do. I understand that's important, and they do fantastic training. I can speak directly to seeing the training in action at APA in PEI. The well-trained staff officers that we have both in the RNC and the RCMP. I know that all the provinces across this country think Newfoundland and Labrador is the envy of them, having two fantastic police forces that are well-trained. We know they're not perfect by no stretch. They are human. But this piece of legislation will lead the country in the jurisdictional scans we've done. We picked the best out of the jurisdictions that we've looked at for doing this. We've met with First Voice numerous occasions to delve into this. This is not about operations. This is about discipline of the police officers, making sure that we have the discipline in an open and fair and transparent manner, which we've all identified is not the case currently. I will like to reiterate, because I know we spent a little bit of time on the training side for the RNC. They're well trained. There is significant amount of professional development opportunities that officers go to. I know because I sign off on all those. They're very much very well trained, and they are committed to the training that they have. Is there always room for improvement? Absolutely, there's always room for improvement. But that's not what this bill is about. Thank you to the member from Labrador West, and thank you to the member from Mount Pearl Southlands. really intrigued by the comments with respect to body-worn cameras. I fully agree with you. The RCMP has started to roll out their body-worn cameras. They've been in, I don't know the exact number right now, but I know just after Christmas in mid-January there was about 16 or 17 detachments that had them already. They were working through training, which is good. And I said categorically when I was interviewed at the time, publicly, and I'll say it in this House of Assembly, that we have two fantastic police forces. We are not going to equip one with supports like body-worn cameras for the protection of the officer, first and foremost, and the public that they're representing, and not do it for the other. So that is a commitment that I stand here today to say. I love the comments on integrity that you mentioned. I think that's an important piece that we all want to instill and ensure that all of our police force members feel that integrity is maintained. One of the really good things about this piece of legislation is that the members themselves are getting a significant asset with this piece of legislation as well, because now it's an open process for them as well. So if there's a discipline concern or HR matter that comes in through the Commissioner, and the Commissioner says it's directly a HR matter, it's not public interest, but it's a HR matter. It may come into a public interest over time if there's a significant amount of those issues, but say they send it directly to the RNC Chief of Police to administer the HR investigation. Well, once that's determined, now the investigation has to move in timelines that didn't exist before. So now there's an existence of timelines that people have to circle back with people in the legislation. I think it talks directly about 45 days check-in process for the Commissioner to check in with the RNC Chief of Police and the proponents, the complainant, as well as the person that made the complaint for someone, because that's another added bonus within this piece of legislation, that there's people can make complaints for people that may be the most vulnerable in our society that may not feel comfortable coming forward and complaining about a police officer. So one of their guardians or supporters could come forward and help them make that complaint. That's what this piece of legislation is. I look forward to the questions coming from my colleagues in the House of Assembly. This is a good day to have conversations about how we can improve, always, openness and transparency with respect to our police services. And I know that's what the police want, the RNC, that's what the public wants, and that's what we want in this House of Assembly. So we're all aligned on that. I do like the points that you did make about some of the other law enforcement agencies. There's a reason why this is called the law enforcement versus the RNC. So, you know, there will be a move in that direction over time when we consult with those individuals in the province as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to bring forward this valuable piece of legislation.
Is the House ready for the question? The motion is that Bill number 102 be now read a second time. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act respecting the establishment of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the complaints process relating to law enforcement officers, Bill 102.
This bill has now been read a second time. When said bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Now, the Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this House to now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 102.
And a seconder, please.
Seconded by the Minister for Justice and Public Safety.
It is moved and seconded that I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 102. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
Order, please. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole. We are now considering Bill 102, an act respecting the establishment of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the complaints process relating to law enforcement officers.
Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? The Honourable the member for Harbour, Maine. Thank you.
Minister, who was consulted on the development of this act?
The Honourable the Minister for Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Chair. the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Public Complaints Commission itself, the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Executive, the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary Association, Serious Incident Response Team, NL, Office of the Citizens Representative, Department of Education with regards to discipline processes, as well as the Department of Health with regards to discipline process, as well as First Voice.
The member for Harbour, Maine.
And you mentioned First Voice. They called for civilian-led law enforcement oversight board. How did that factor into your decision to table legislation that features a commissioner and not a board?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board itself, this could be considered a step in that direction. What we've, I don't like to use the term the low-hanging fruit, but we have a process that's in place now that's not necessarily working to the best of its ability. And I think all of us in this House of Assembly would think that, as well as the people that are involved in it. So we've made those changes that make best sense, looking across jurisdictions to see where other jurisdictions fell on this. I think from our perspective, moving to a civilian-led commissioner to deal with the discipline with respect to the officers is a great step in that direction. It's not lost on me, my honourable colleague, that that may be a step we move in further in that direction, but I think the board itself would be looking at the entire administration of justice with respect to the RNC, or how they operate. This is a step in how we're going to be dealing with the disciplinary matters.
The Honourable the Member for Harbour, Maine.
Thank you, Minister. And I recognize that you say it's a step in that direction, but why wouldn't you, given this opportunity, why wouldn't you have gone all the way and had the best, the most comprehensive system of police oversight that you could have?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The piece of legislation we're bringing forward today deals with the oversight of disciplinary matters. We believe that's the best piece of legislation we could with respect to that aspect of oversight. Obviously, we're still considering to look at other aspects that First Voice and others have brought forward. We've had very positive conversations with First Voice as well as other stakeholders. I think they understand the direction in which we're moving. I think they also are very supportive. I don't want to speak for them. I think they're supportive of what we're doing here today, but it was done in consultation with them as well as many other stakeholders.
Member for Harbour, Maine.
Minister, are there other provinces who have enacted acts of this nature which are, have a oversight model with a commissioner, just a commissioner?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there's a variety of different processes across the country. We are very unique in this province for a lot of reasons. But one of the things that we're unique, and as I mentioned earlier, that other provinces would really love to be in our position, to have two police forces that work very closely together, many joint task force, many joint operations, share information directly with each other to offer services to the people that we all represent. That is a very positive thing. This will lead the country in a lot of ways with respect to disciplinary processes. The decision to pursue these changes in the short term was made based solely upon the measures that would impact citizens and the public trust with respect to police officers. Working on the broader oversight measures is going to continue in the Department of Justice and Public Safety as well.
The member for Harbour, Maine.
Minister, in the briefing, we were told that there are no other provinces that have the exact model, but that this model has elements from various provinces. Can you please expand on that?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Mr. Chair, yes. that is true. There's no province that operates exactly the same way we do for police services. Albeit then there's probably no one that would do the exact same way for public complaints side as well. So one of the things we're doing here is trying to get the best of every province with respect to complaints. I'll give you an example. Manitoba, the commissioner investigates all complaints referred to before the provincial court judge disciplinary is required. So there's an opportunity there in Quebec where commissioner investigates all. We've looked at, and in Ontario and Saskatchewan, the commissioner can keep or give some complaints to the chief of police, which is sort of like a hybrid, which is what we're doing here. So from the standpoint where we sit, we believe, and through consultations, that the HR-related matters within the police force, if they're not of a public interest matter, then they can be handled by the chief of police with the timelines to ensure that those officers are not impacted longer term waiting for a decision point. That's one of the good positives that the RNCA would like about this piece of legislation. From the public's perspective, it was cumbersome. I think you mentioned earlier that the process was a bit cumbersome. And I would tend to agree with you. That's why we're making the changes that we are today. It's a one window for a complaint. If you've got a complaint, you don't have to determine what is going to the chief or anything like that. You come to the independent, civilian-led commissioner, and then that individual, he or she, will come forward after looking at the initial investigation and say, well, this is either a strong complaint that's public interest, and they would investigate it themselves, or they would take a different viewpoint to say that it's an internal HR-related matter that the chief can investigate, bearing in mind that it's all important for the people that are making those complaints, whether they be within the RNC or without. It's very important that there's a timely, just and fair process.
The Honourable Member for Harbour, Maine.
So, Minister, given that you agree that this model has not been used in other provinces, a model with a sole commissioner, and I might add, was not what local group First Voice had asked for, which was a police oversight board, how can you feel confident it is the best system in place?
Question. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. I didn't say that there's no jurisdictions that don't have a commissioner in place. I read off 3 or 4 that have a commissioner in place for other jurisdictions that would do similar. What I'm suggesting is that we've done a significant amount of consultation on this, both as we highlighted earlier, not just within the RNC or the Public Complaints Commission of the RNC, but also First Voice themselves, as well as many other individuals that I highlighted a bit earlier. This is an efficient and transparent based on the feedback that we've received from consultations. We know that Newfoundland and Labrador operates differently with respect to police services than other jurisdictions. So this is not going to be identical to what other jurisdictions would have, and nor should it be. We wanted to take the best aspects of things that were working in other jurisdictions and use them here in this province for the betterment of the system that we have. I don't know how to answer it any better than that. First Voice is asking for something a little bit different than what you're tying this to. This is a public complaints process. First Voice is asking for a board that supervises the entire operations of the RNC. There's 2 different things we're talking about. You can't marry them together based on just saying one is a board, one is a commissioner. What First Voice is asking for on the overall at the end of the day is not necessarily what they're getting from this piece of legislation, but that's not to say that we're not moving in that direction towards that end.
The member for Harbour, Maine.
Okay, I just need clarification because I'm quite confused by what you just stated, Minister. Are there any other provinces that have this model of oversight with a sole commissioner?
The Honourable
Just
Minister of
sole
Justice and Public Safety.
The the jurisdictional scan that we did has commissioners across the country in jurisdictions. Not all of them have every commissioner as exactly the same as we would have. They would have a commissioner that it can assign an investigation to the chief to do an investigation. They can do it themselves, or they would create, as you've said earlier, a board that exists in some other jurisdictions. Some may assign it to a provincial court judge for discipline. This is a marrying of a couple of the different things that have been done in other jurisdictions. There is a commissioner in place in some jurisdictions that would be a sole commissioner. This is not just one individual. There's going to be other staff hired as required to do investigations and things like that. This is not, you know, a one-person, a one-option event here. There's going to be an office that's going to be operating, you know. Currently, in the current situation, we have a commissioner that operates 1 day a week. That's what they do because the nature of the complaints that we're dealing with. We envision that this is going to increase the ease for individuals to complain about services that they've been receiving. So we anticipate that that's going to be a spike in those potential complaints that would come forward. We anticipate that. We know that there's going to be some that will go from a HR perspective and be hived off by the Commissioner to the RNC. But rest assured that the openness and transparency and fairness aspect of this is that it's all coming into one individual that will investigate through their office to see if it needs to be either done internally through the Commissioners and Commissioners' people that work with them, or to the internal HR process of the RNC.
The member for Harbour Main.
Yeah, I'll move on from this. I think that it is safe to say, though, that this system of police oversight is not in place elsewhere, that being with just a commissioner. Other jurisdictions, from my understanding, they may have police commissioners, but they also have other oversight mechanisms, whether it be a board or other mechanisms in place. But at any rate, what I'd like to ask is, you know, my concern is that this is the best system that we can have in our province, and will there be a review in a certain period of time of this system, of this oversight model, to ensure, for example, that the system is working? So will there be a review by government for example, in 2 years' time, to see and to ensure that this system is working?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be clear, there is commissioners in other jurisdictions. You said earlier that I wasn't clear that there's not commissioners. There is commissioners in other jurisdictions. They could be one commissioner with staff that are put in place. Like I've said to you before and said to this Honourable House, that this is not a one-person show. We're talking about a commissioner where it goes into, but it's a group of individuals that will be hired to deal with the concerns that come forward, especially if we move into direction like the Honourable Member for Mount Pearl Southlands had talked about with the other law enforcement agencies that will be put in place. This is about that process. The idea, I think you talked about a timeline for review of this piece of legislation. We are always, and I know in my tenure here, we've always looked at reviewing pieces of legislation. I think we did the Highway Traffic Act like 77 times since I've been elected, making changes to the Highway Traffic Act when we come forward with whether there's changes that need to be made. But we're going to be consistently looking at improving legislation, especially when it being a new piece of legislation like this. We want to make sure it's going to be looked at, evaluated, and then if there's little tweaks that need to be made based on consultation with stakeholders and the process itself, we're going to look at those changes very quickly based on what's in the best interest of the piece of legislation as it exists today and what it will need to be for the future.
The Honourable Member for Harbour Main.
Chair, I'm going to move on now to the appointment of the Commissioner. What qualifications will be needed to be appointed to this position?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appointment of the Commissioner would come through the Independent Appointments Commission. There would be a position advertised that will be there. I don't have the specifics of the position. I can say that it would be a person that would have significant amount of experience with respect to disputes. Legal knowledge would be a definite asset. I can't say that it's got to be a lawyer because I don't know that to be the case. I don't want to misspeak in the House of Assembly, but there would be an open process through the Independent Appointments Commission where people would have the opportunity to apply, be vetted, and then be the best fit for the Commissioner's position on a go-forward basis.
The member for Harbour Main.
With respect to the powers and duties of the Commissioner, what is the criteria for officers or investigators to be appointed by the Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be the same, almost exact same as my answer previous. It would dictate based on investigation skill sets. They would be open to the public to apply for. Those could be retired law enforcement officers, as an example. Could be a retired or current lawyer. Could be a retired justice. Could be a bunch of different people that have an arbitrator. We don't know exactly how that's going to look until we get that up and running. Part of that will come through the regulations to determine the job description that will be put out publicly, but it will be an open public process starting with the Commissioner through the Independent Appointments Commission.
The member for Harbour Main.
With respect to the time limits for filing complaints, so why is it only 6 months instead of 2 years? As we know, systemic issues may continue for longer than 6 months, leading to delays.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. A very good question. That was delved through looking at the other jurisdictions across the country through consultation as well. But there isn't also an opportunity for the Commissioner to open an investigation at any point on systemic issues that he or she may find within the RNC if that comes to light. So there would be no timelines of 6 months on looking at issues like systemic issues within the RNC if that was to come to light.
The member for Harbour Main.
Now, in your response just now, Minister, you indicated that there was consultations across jurisdictions in the country, but when the first question I asked you was who was consulted on the development of the Act, and I note that you didn't mention any other external groups. You cited several that were all local entities. So could you please elaborate on what you're talking about when you say that you had consultations across the jurisdictions in the country?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I said that we had jurisdictional scans across the country that would put into place how we would structure what a piece of legislation would look like. Any time, not just this piece of legislation, but any legislation that you would bring forward to this House or any House, I guess, would look at other jurisdictions, what they're doing with a similar area. That's what we did. I talked about, I think you asked stakeholders before, in consultation with stakeholders. I thought maybe I misheard what was said, but I gave you a list of those stakeholders that would have led to helping in the development of this piece of legislation, and will continue to help in the development of those regulations as well. So we gathered that through FTPs, FTP tables that would have been federal and provincial and territorial tables, extensive jurisdictional scan, like I mentioned before, that would look at other things that other jurisdictions were doing that could be, for lack of a better term, adopted to this province to deal with some of the concerns with respect to discipline within the RNC.
The member for Harbour Main.
Okay, so your response does not indicate that you actually consulted with any other groups outside the province. That's what I'm taking from your response.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, we consulted with other provinces in the development of this. By consultation, I would mean discussing with other federal and provincial and territorial tables, ministers, deputy ministers, executive levels, people that would be working directly with the administration of law enforcement. That would have been in a vast jurisdictional scan across this country, all provinces. We would have talked to them about how they do things. And then they would have provided us insight into what they do. And some of that insight actually made it into this piece of legislation. Like all pieces of legislation across our province and every other province, they would have, some of those pieces that were really good worked into this piece of legislation that we're talking about today. Some of the ones that they may have said, I wish we never put in our piece of legislation, never got put in here. So we did talk to other jurisdictions, along with the RNC, the RNCA, First Voice, Department of Health, Department of Justice, a bunch of different other departments that I highlighted earlier. But yes, so for clarity, we did talk to other jurisdictions on the development of this legislation.
The member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Minister. That answers my question. So there was external consultation outside the province. Thank you. As well, with respect to review of complaints, why would the report, so this is the Commissioner determines if a complaint falls within their jurisdiction or should be referred to the police chief. Why would the report be made to the police chief? Isn't that the crux of the issue that this act is trying to address, the independence piece?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Challenging to answer that question in the way it was posed, but I'll do my best. So if you have a complaint comes in from the general public or otherwise, a person that's making a complaint on behalf of someone that may not feel comfortable making a complaint. So if that comes in, it'll come into a one window. That window will be the Commissioner's office. The individual commissioner, he or she, would then do for lack of a better term, an investigation to determine if it is of the public interest, which means they would take it and investigate it themselves, or it's a HR matter, like police officer always shows up late. Not in the public interest, but if all the police officers are showing up late, then that's a public interest problem. So then the commissioner could potentially do that. So it would break off into two areas that way. One would be internal HR matters that would follow the same process, that there would be an opportunity for individuals to follow a timeline that does not currently exist in the process as it exists today. So the chief of police would, if it's an internal one, would have to do an investigation, not leave the RNC officer who would have that internal investigation done in limbo, which has happened in the past, which is something that the RNC Association has brought to our attention that we're trying to rectify in this area. If it goes to the external public interest opportunity for the commissioner to investigate, well, then they follow a similar type process where they would circle back with those individuals every 45 days to give them an update on how the investigation is going. That does not currently exist in legislation today. They would also have timelines that they would have to meet within 6 months to get that dealt with. If it's not dealt with, they can ask for an extension if there's a reason for that extension. And then there would be de-identified information about the number of investigations that happen and what type of investigations they are that would be sent, be reported and tabled for individuals to see publicly.
The member for Harbour Main.
So with respect to the review of complaints, will there be any sort of public notification that a complaint has been made?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
So once there's an investigation launched, and the conclusion of that investigation will be it would be made public through that de-identified process. Obviously, if the complaint is of an internal nature and not of public interest, then that becomes an internal matter of the RNC. If you need additional training because you're coming in late or need to be suspended or something along those lines, that will be dealt with internally. Although, and from the Commissioner's standpoint, once the complaint is concluded, then that would be a public complaint. So people would know what the complaint was. It wouldn't be, you wouldn't be able to identify who the person is at that point unless it was deemed problematic.
The member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to when there are complaints that are retained by the Commissioner, I'd like, in looking at that, formal investigations are initiated for complaints retained under jurisdiction. Can you provide some examples of the disciplinary measures prescribed in the regulation?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. The details in the regulations are not completely finalized as of yet. They will be worked on with consultation with those stakeholders that I mentioned earlier. We are going to make sure that it's as easy for people to understand what the outcomes are going to be, both from the general public as well as the officers that would potentially be included. But there will be consultations with the stakeholders in the development of those regulations, not just for that area, but in all the regulations.
The member for Harbour Main.
When, where, and how will individuals receive updates on the complaint? You mentioned that that there will be updates provided, and who will have access to updates?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first three are pretty straightforward. If the Commissioner receives the report, those updates would come to the complainant, the officer that would be involved, as well as the Chief of Police, so that everyone is well aware of what is transpiring. And it will come to those individuals, as I said before, to the Chief of Police and those complainants every 45 days as an update, and then with the intention of having an end date of the investigation being 6 months. But if there needed to be an additional 6 months because of more evidence, they could request that based on that. But there is a finite period of time that people would have the ability to see the process end.
The member for Harbour Main.
Okay, moving along to the general systemic issues, and the complainants can, if they withdraw complaints, the Commissioner still has the authority to continue investigations in the public interest. So bottom line is authority to investigate without complaints. So the Commissioner can investigate systemic issues or misconduct without a formal complaint, and that's based on public interest. So my question is, does the Minister have the ability to ask the Commissioner to investigate something he or she deems in the public interest?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
I guess the easiest answer was any member of the general public could request lodge a complaint against an RNC officer or whatever. They could conceivably be anyone in this House of Assembly could, if they were, if the member for Mount Pearl Southlands was pulled over for speeding on his way to the House of Assembly today, and he well, not necessarily today, after this legislation is passed, and thought that the RNC officer that pulled him over was inappropriate in his actions or her actions and were very rude, well, then that would be a complaint that that member, notwithstanding the fact that he's a member, could bring forward, and then that individual would be updated as that investigation is concluded, whether it be with the RNC chief or with whether it's with the Commissioner.
The member for Harbour Main.
Okay. Chair, my question actually was, does the Minister, that would be you, the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, have the ability to ask the Commissioner to investigate something he or she deems in the public interest.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Mr. Chair, I think I answered that by using the example of my friend, the MHA from Southland, Mount Pearl Southlands. Any one of us could ask the Commissioner to investigate something that happened to them specifically. With respect to, I guess, asking, we don't have the ability to direct the police to investigate anything if that's the sort of the angle you're taking. Just like the Commissioner, unless there's an issue that we deem necessary, like if we think there's systemic issues that would be brought up, not unlike the Commissioner could if they're looking at the NTV or CBC News in the evening and see a complaint that happened on that news station, to say that this is a problem in the RNC, it's a problem for the last 30 years. They could open an investigation into that matter today when this legislation passes.
The member for Harbour Main.
Okay, my question, though, was the Minister. You know, the Minister of the Crown, specifically the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, have the ability. I'm not asking about whether Joe Citizen or Josephine Citizen or an MHA. Specifically, does the Minister of Justice and Public Safety have the ability to ask the Commissioner to investigate something he or she deems in the public interest?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
We can request, we cannot direct.
The Honourable Member for Harbour Main.
Will there be public notification that the Commissioner is investigating something the Commissioner deems in the public interest?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
I think I answered that a little earlier when I said that that information, when the investigation is concluded, will be de-identified and put in the public sphere, whether that's a report mechanism or it will be available to the individuals that would be involved in it, whether they're complainant or the officer, and then obviously if it's deemed not problematic or no issue, then they can then they would be just de-identified and then publicly released. Maybe not each individual investigation, but the investigations in totality. Like, you know, there would be a report, could be quarterly, that would be worked out over the next little bit. On how
the member
often.
the member for Harbour Main.
Okay, with respect to referral to the CERT, to the Serious Incident Response Team, it requires referral of criminal matters to CERT for independent investigation. But my question will be, will CERT have the ability to refer matters to the Commissioner as well? Was that a reciprocal referral?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yeah, so there's definitely a parallel. You can conduct parallel investigations with CERT. Like if there's a criminal investigation that would be started by CERT, this Commissioner and the Commissioner's office can do a simultaneous investigation as well. The Director of CERT, based on, I guess, his investigation or her investigation, it's his now, but if it was a female in charge, their investigation, it could lead to a systemic problem within the RNC, if that was the case. It could also lead to an investigation by the Commissioner at some future date based on the report that CERT would have put out publicly.
The member for Harbour Main.
And I just have a couple of more questions. Getting back to the Commissioner, because you have referenced that there's more than one person involved, so it's not just a Commissioner. So the Commissioner will hire staff. Is that my understanding? So what is the composition of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commissioner? Like, is it just a Commissioner? But can you just expand on how many people will be involved with the Commissioner in this?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add a little bit to my last answer, and I'll get to the second one there. They can, the new act will require the Commissioner to consult with CERT Director as well. So they want to make sure the integrity is withheld. So if there's any criminality whatsoever in that, the Commissioner will be consulting with CERT anyway. to work in partnership together to ensure they get the right response and investigation started. Yes, the Commissioner is going to hire staff. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly how many today and what the composition would look like. That's going to be done in partnership with the Commissioner when that person gets put in place. They're going to look at what the requirements and the need would be for that staff up at the office, and we will work with them to ensure that the complement is there to handle the needs of the complaints.
The member for Harbour Main.
So just a question about the fact that the Act applies only to the RNC, but what's going to happen if a complaint is brought forward about a joint RNC and RCMP team? Would this Act apply to the complaint as a whole, regardless of it being RNC and RCMP?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. They would work I mean, that's a unique question. It's a very good one. If it's involving an RNC officer, it will go through this process. If it's involving an RCMP officer, the complaint would generally not be for a group, a unit. It would not, like if there's a group of 6 people on the joint task force for drugs and contraband, they're not going to make a complaint about all 6 members of the unit, not normally. And if they do, the RNC complaint would be for the people that are in RNC officers. They would be under this piece of legislation. The RCMP would answer to their piece of legislation that already exists.
The member for Harbour Main. Oh, the member for Harbour Main.
So I recall that the First Voice had recommended in their report that there be a unified system with respect to complaints for both the RNC and the RCMP. So did that factor into your decision at all?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
All of the insights that First Voice as well as others have put in factored into where we are today with the piece of legislation. The RCMP is a national agency for which we contract their police services for portions of the province. They have a process in place for complaints that is right across the country and very open and transparent. I would think, and I would like to advise people that obviously that was factored in as well, how that process looks. We looked at that process to see how we could best develop a process in this province as well for the RNC, that we're not currently under a system that is as open and transparent as the RCMP's one.
The member for Harbour Main.
So public hearings, I just want to explore that, that piece. Right now, under the current system, the public, we know that the public should be aware of provincial police forces, their internal disciplinary proceedings before disciplining, but currently disciplinary process are for all intents and purposes behind closed doors. So has that issue been addressed in this new Act?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
So the current process, Mr. Chair, does not allow the Commissioner to impose discipline that relies on a lengthy public hearing process. Some could be 4, 5, 6, 7 years in the making. What we're saying here, this new process is proposing that the process would allow the Commissioner to impose discipline so that the Commissioner does not need to go to a hearing, per se. If someone has an issue with the decision of the Commissioner, then they have the ability to go take it to court if they would like in a fully open public forum for transparency and all those things that we would normally have in our justice system currently.
The member for Harbour Main.
Another feature that's been criticized about the current public complaints process, it regards the rights of complainants, and when a citizen makes a complaint against a police officer, will the complainant have the right, or will the citizen have the right to representation at the hearing? because we know under the current system, police officers have the right to counsel, to legal counsel. But we understand that often when there's a complaint by a citizen, the person is the only person in the room, they don't have legal counsel. Has that concern been addressed at all in this new act?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. Moving it from the process that currently exists, where you would make your complaint to the Chief of Police, which in turn causes angst for many of the population to do that. Now it'll come in from the independent commissioner that's going to be appointed through the Independent Appointments Commission that'll represent the public interest. We anticipate that the individuals would be more comfortable doing a complaint that way. That's why we said earlier that they would we'd see an uptick in potential complaints. Although I do believe, mentioned earlier by the colleague from Mount Pearl Southlands about body cams, I do believe when body cams come in, there's going to be a stark reduction in public complaints, because it's going to be right there on the video. This is exactly what happened. There's no disputing what was said by either party, because it will be visible. So I think that there's a support person that's available to help individuals make that complaint if they don't feel comfortable. But as far as legal representation, that's not factored into this piece of legislation.
The member for Harbour, Maine.
So just another question about the delay issue. Under our current public complaints system, when there's a criminal complaint unfolding at the same time, any public complaint investigation is basically, in essence, halted until all criminal proceedings have ended. I mean, we know that that has meant potential delay of years, in some cases 10 years, if the appeal is launched in a criminal case and then there's a retrial and other appeals. So does this act address that concern?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does, and they can be simultaneous investigations happening at the same time. So if cert or a criminal proceeding was happening, you could conceivably have the Commissioner do the investigation as well at the same time. It's not going to be prescribed that they must or they should. They could. So they could. They don't want to impact any investigation would be what I would think they would look at. But I think this gives them the opportunity to do that.
The member for Harbour, Maine.
So with respect to the issue of training that I raised in my opening remarks, and you had stated that training is not at issue in this particular act. Can you just explain why that was not included, as we know that although you state that the officers are well trained, we heard from your own group, Harriet Lewis, that with respect to that committee, that there were certainly deficiencies felt by the officers themselves about the level of training that they received. So my question is, why wouldn't you have included that important piece in the new act?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Mr. Chair, that was not the intention of this act. This act was to deal with discipline within the process of the RNC, not operationally directing the RNC to do that. But as I said earlier, we're consistently looking at ways we can improve transparency and accountability within the RNC. Some of that would be training, of course. We want the RNC officers to be the best possibly trained police force that they can be. So when they are receiving training, the national training that they would receive in PEI at the college is strong, and we want to continue that. And anything we can do to support the RNCs and RNC officers in additional training, we try to do as a department. There's a significant amount of training that is done I won't say daily, but definitely on a weekly basis, there's police officers that are receiving training of a variety of different a variety of different areas that will continue tapping well past the debate here today and well past the debates in future in this House.
The member for Harbour Main.
So with respect to this, I'm hearing what you're saying is that there is still a commitment to look at that important piece of training, which obviously from your own commissioned report and committee is clearly a concern. So, you know, that's good to hear. It's, in my view, disappointing that you didn't take the opportunity here, as you have, to include it, but your focus was on just one piece. And my only point about that is we know, looking out throughout the country and the different provinces that have a police services board, they deal with things like, you know, like training and standards and those kinds of things. So obviously your focus was concentrated on just the police discipline. Is that safe to say?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yes.
The member for Harbour Main.
So one other final question is, I'm looking at the fact that we know when we look at the fact that our province right now, I mean, in terms of crime and in terms of the, you know, the rise in crime and serious criminal events, we know that police really need the support of government, especially in terms of recruitment and retention of police officers. And as I pointed out in my opening remarks, you know, having a police force that's well trained. I just asked the department, you as the Minister of Justice, what are you doing to support the recruitment and retention of qualified police officers within the province during a time when we know that police presence is in dire need?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The work of the Police Transformation Working Group continues, and we'll continue to look at all those aspects of what training is required, what equipment will be required, where and how much and how many officers will be required in communities based on their research. But I would like to point out that the fall, we announced some $20+ million worth of investments into policing and justice and public safety initiatives, some 19 additional officers, a joint task force that was going to help at drugs and guns and contraband and organized crime within our communities. That's in addition to the 10 officers that was part of a 3-year commitment of 10 officers each year for 3 years. We're continually trying to invest in public safety, bearing in mind that our communities are changing, criminals are getting more complex and crimes are getting more complex. So therefore our police force needs to have the best and brightest working for them. And we have fantastic police officers that are very well trained. Obviously, we're looking at ways we can improve those things, whether that's equipment or training. That's what the Policing Transformation Working Group is on a daily basis, meeting with stakeholders, both the RNC and the RCMP as well.
Thank you.
The member for Harbour Main.
And I have another question that's arisen from your response. And you referenced the Police Transformation Working Group. And, you know, you've initially stated that these amendments are being proposed on recommendation of this working group. Did you know, the group, the working group, undertake a comprehensive review of the RNC system? And if they did, which it seems like they did, because you're basing this act on their recommendations, can we see what their findings were? Can we see what their concerns were? Can we see what were the gaps and what was found to be inadequate? Is there a report or something, you know, to show the research that they've done, the analysis of the current system? Because obviously it's so important for us to have transparency. This is all what this is about. In addition to accountability, it has to have transparency. So did the working group, did they do an analysis of the current system, and would it be possible to actually review that report instead of, we're hearing that they're involved with making these recommendations, but let's look at the research of this group. Is that possible for us to see that?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no specific report that would have been tabled to me, or the House of Assembly, or otherwise. What the group is doing, you would have seen a report that came out from this group, and when they do submit a report, whether it be Happy Valley Goose Bay as an example, which Mr. Chair and I were intimately involved in, they put a report forward with recommendations and information on why those recommendations came forward, because we tasked them with a specific task. This is more of looking at the system, making changes to a piece of legislation. This is one of the things we've asked them. How would we best update the Public Complaints Commission with respect to the police? They looked at that. They've looked at consultations through those groups we talked about, as well as the jurisdictional scans. They're working on, the task force is working on, or group is working on IPV training as well, like looking at things that come with intimate partner violence and how we can combat that epidemic that's happening there. Those are things that this group is working on each and every day through stakeholder engagement and involvement with those two police forces and municipalities as well. Sorry.
Thank you. Any further speakers? The Honourable, the member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions for the Minister there. Under the PCC, officers, investigators, and employees are appointed at the direction of the Minister in the manner established by law. Are there any guidelines for how the Commissioner will appoint the staff?
The Honourable, the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Very good question. I think I highlighted that a little while ago, just saying that those job descriptions haven't been developed yet. They will be developed in consultation with the Commissioner based on the needs that he or she may need based on the requirements of this. As I've said, as this morphs into either bigger, or we find, as I've said many times about the body cameras, there may be less complaints with body cameras, so there may be a requirement not to have as many complaints coming forward, because it's the proof is in the evidence, as I would say, right? So there is definitely a need through the development of the regulations on working with the new Commissioner when he or she is hired to develop what the staffing requirements would need.
The member for Labrador West.
Under 7.6b, what are the rights of the complainant exactly? Like, how would that be determined?
Excuse me. Sorry. The member for, I'm sorry, the Honourable, the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
You said 6B, was it? Okay.
Can I ask the member for Labrador West to repeat so we can get it on answered, please?
Yes, under Clause 7.6b.
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So they have the ability to withdraw complaints, one of the things. They can update the decision when it is made. That's going to be one of the things that they can do. And I think 6B is what you were talking about. Let me get to where it's to. But it clearly defines what the roles are for each party so that they would know going in. And then I think one of the aspects that were highlighted here as being a problem was that there was no mechanism for how long this was going to take, and that there was no requirement for them to update the people periodically. And we've put it periodically saying that it would be every 45 days that those people would get an update from the office on how the investigation is proceeding. And not necessarily where it's going, but how it's proceeding. We're still in the midst of doing this. There's some more interviews to do. There's some more results to determine. That's where we're to. It just opens the process up a little bit more for clarity and fairness.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. This is I guess, the first of several mentions of timeframes being prescribed in the regulations. Can the Minister provide any information on how these timeframes will be determined?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the same way we developed the legislation in consultation with the stakeholders, so those individuals that are party to this, they will be consulted on what the best practices are. We will look at other jurisdictions to see what timelines are there, and then those will be proposed and talked about with stakeholders, so that everybody goes in eyes wide open with the regulations.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you. Will the identity of the complainant be protected from law enforcement officers or the chief or anyone? Like, is the anonymity of complainants be able to, can we guarantee their anonymity when it does require so?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yes.
The member for Labrador West.
Elaborate on what circumstances the Commissioner would refrain from providing an update to a complainant.
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Just a little bit of clarity. We can't guarantee that an individual's name will be protected. That's going to be our hope, right? Like, you don't want the general public to understand a complainant has come forward on a particular issue. That's why we're de-identifying things at the end of the process when a report would come out. But a person has the right to know who's complaining about them from a particular issue. So we want to make sure that I didn't want to speak incorrectly when you're questioned, because I mean, our intent is not to have it widespread knowledge in the public that someone's made a complaint about something. We try to keep it within a small group of individuals. That's what our intent is to do this. We want to make sure it's an open and transparent process, but protecting of the protection for the complainant as well as the officer that's involved too. You want to protect both from a fairness perspective until at the end of the process, obviously that de-identified information, and if there's something has to be done to the officer, well then that will be go through the regular process of how it will be dealt with.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go back to the previous question, but thank you for the feedback on the other one, the previous one. Can the Minister elaborate on what circumstances the Commissioner would refrain from providing an update to the complainant? That's under Clause 13.7.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
I can't foresee why you wouldn't provide an update on that 45-day unless there's, traveling or I would think that the whole point of this process is to ensure outside openness and transparency and a one window in, right? We also want to make sure people that are left in limbo for a period of time, which is what happens in previous legislation, right? We want to make sure people know that the process is still moving forward, hopefully with a conclusion within 6 months. If they need an additional 6 months, well, they can get that. But, we want to make sure there's check-in points throughout that process so that everyone understands what's actually happening.
The member for Labrador West.
Under Clause 14.9, why is the complainant not informed of the Chief's decision under this clause?
Excuse me, just getting a little bit loud. If I just have the voices down a little bit, please. Thank you. The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Can I get the honourable member to repeat that again? Sorry, I didn't
member
catch
for
it.
Labrador West.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat the question. Under Clause 14.9, why is the complainant will not be informed of the Chief's decision under this clause?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the complainant made a complaint to the Commissioner, the Commissioner has to, as I said earlier, would break it off depending upon whether it's an internal HR matter. Then that will be dealt with internally with the individual. if it's a commissioner's going to do the investigation, well, the commissioner would deal with that in a public way with respect to that individual. But if it's determined that the complaint is, one of the officer was late, as an example, well, then the chief would deal with that through the general processes on how HR matters would be held accountable. I don't know if the circling back with the complainant would actually make any difference from that perspective, right?
The member for Labrador West.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I guess just for clarification, this would be under, like, if it's sent to the chief as a HR matter, then it'll be dealt as a internal HR matter, and then once it's dealt with internally, that's how it's going to be doing as a human resourcing HR matter. That's how this will be applied.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
So I think the easiest way to explain it would probably be if no member of the public is directly impacted, then it would not go back to a public. If that's the best way I can describe it, easiest. I know obviously there's a nuance there, but.
The member for Labrador West.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that makes sense in this situation. Clause 15. Can the minister provide an outline of the factors that will be prescribed in the regulations under here?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the draft factors that we will be looking at would be the nature of the misconduct, whether the allegation is serious or serious that it may constitute criminal or whatnot. Systemic issues within the police force. The incident is of a high-profile case. The alleged misconduct or policy and procedure that would reasonably jeopardize the public interest or safety or confidence in the law enforcement. I think that's the process that we would need to look at.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Under Clause 16, can the minister elaborate on what the terms of an officer's suspension will be in the regulations there under that one?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be developed in consultation with the RNC Association, the RNC Executive, the public. That will be done through regulation, in consultation with those stakeholder groups.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you. Clause 18.3. If a new complaint is received regarding an issue already under investigation, is the new complaint then entitled to be updated on the investigation status? Are they required to be identified to the chief and the officer under investigation? So, like, if there's a complainant and an incoming complainant of a similar nature, would that person become party to that as well, given that they're making a complaint of an ongoing complaint investigation, I guess?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Commissioner, I think I may not have said it as clearly, but the Commissioner has the ability, if they start seeing complaints that are coming in on numerous complaints about a similar either officer or group of officers or the RNC in general terms, then they can institute their own investigation that would look at more of this systematic problems that would be, or systemic problems that would be, could have come up based on two complaints. I don't think we would bring the two complaints in together. I think the Commissioner would have the ability to, I guess in certain circumstances they could if they wanted to, but I think they would look at it more as, is this an issue that is more prevalent than these two? Is it 5? Is it 25, right? That's what they would look at. So I think it's a very good question, and we've looked at that from a systemic problem that could exist. They would have the ability to do an investigation unprompted from anybody else.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 19.1. What means of informing the chief are acceptable? Is there a certain amount of advance notice required? Like, what would be the an appropriate thing for under that would be informing the chief.
The Honourable the Minister.
As soon as possible, I would guess informing the chief of any investigation and any things that the investigator would need to have saved to ensure that there's no evidence that may go away. So as soon as, like any investigation, you want to get it as soon as you can, right?
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you. For that, is there any reason why a timeline or anything that wasn't chosen in that sense of just informing the chief? Like, wasn't there any reason that they left it a bit, like, I guess, broader than in saying like immediately or a timeline or anything like that? Was there any rationale for that?
I think.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. I think leaving it a little bit broad, because I mean, you may need to do at least a tertiary investigation to see what you would need or what would be required and where it would go. But it could be as simple as phoning the chief, right? Like, you know, the commissioner should have that ability to phone the chief and say, we need this information kept. You know, we're looking at an investigation into this matter.
The Honourable the Member for Labrador West.
Thank you. Clause 23, the section stipulates a law enforcement officer may request a reconsideration. What about the complainant? Is there anything there for the complainant?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you. The reconsideration that we're talking about there, the complainant would be, I think, the commissioner would be the representative of the public per se. So they have the ability, if they do not agree with the commissioner's decision, they have the ability to take it to court and file an action that way. So that would be their ramifications for how to do that.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you. And under Clause 24, this stipulation is that the law enforcement may request an appeal. Does this also mean that the complainants, I guess just from your previous answer, would this mean that the complainants' appeal would have to be through the judicial system?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety for an affirmative.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, for speaking quickly. Yes, that's correct.
The member for Labrador West.
My final thank you. My final question there is under Clause 25, 2A and B, specific that the law enforcement officer states the person may or may not be a law enforcement officer. Should there be a requirement that the person appointed under not be a law enforcement officer active or retired?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Mr. Chair, can I get you to repeat that?
Yeah, folks, we're almost there. Just a few more minutes. A little bit of cooperation, please. The Honourable the Member for Labrador West.
Thank you. I guess under Clause 25, where it says specifically a law for the breakdown of the I guess appeal committee. It says that there should not be a requirement that a person appointed be not a law enforcement officer, but should it be filed retired or active? Like, there should be some stipulation there?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
That's something I can check into. I'll let you know on that. But I think what we're trying to do is make it not as cumbersome as possible, right? You want to make sure that you can get people to. In most cases, it's usually a lawyer, but I think you want to give it, depending on, the ability to find those individuals. You want to make it as, I don't want to say as open as possible. You want to make it a little more open than that, maybe, but it's usually a lawyer.
The member for Labrador West indicates he's done. Any further speakers? The Honourable the member for Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. I'm not sure if this is a question that my colleague just asked or not, but because I think he was talking about Section 25 was about appeals. But when we're talking about appointing a commissioner and the commissioner appointing, I'm going to call them investigators, for lack of a better term, I'm not sure if it's what you're using there or not, but is there a provision there that would say, because this is applying to the RNC, you cannot have, because I know you, in a previous question, you talked about, well, who would get these jobs? You said, well, it could be a lawyer, could be a former enforcement officer. I wouldn't have an issue with an RNC officer necessarily investigating an RCMP or retired RCMP investigating an RNC, but I think we're going to be setting ourselves up for failure in terms of public confidence if the commissioner and or his investigators are potentially retired RNC officers. Because quite frankly, somebody could be an RNC officer, retires today, and next week or next month they're investigating their buddies that they went through the academy, you know, once again, that they went through the academy with, they work with, whatever, and there's that perception of bias. So I'm not sure, it doesn't really specify, but I guess I'm wondering, I really don't believe we can have RNC officers retired and so on investigating RNC officers.
The Honourable the Minister, Justice and Public Safety.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chair. If I said that, I didn't mean to say that it could be a bunch of different people, but it will be developed through consultation. There's no prescribed person in this at this point how you would employ. That would come out in consultation, that it wouldn't be a retired police officer, RNC. It could be an RCMP officer, as you said, but my suggestion is probably not going to be either of those. It would be people that have knowledge of it, but not necessarily involved directly, employed or otherwise.
The member for Mount Pearl Southlands.
I thank the Minister for that, and I just wanted to put that out there for the record. We can't be invested, because if not, we're only just going to be going back to the same perception that might be there now. We kind of delved into this one just a little while ago, but I just want to get some clarification just for my own self here. So, if a member of the public makes a complaint against an officer, not an HR matter, but let's say they're saying, okay, this officer was very rude, or, you know, whatever, he put his hands on me where he shouldn't have, whatever, or she. So, and let's say there's an investigation by the commissioner, and the commissioner determines or believes that that actually did happen. Is it who doles out the punishment? Who determines? Is it the commissioner or is it the chief? Oh, so you got to answer for the record there.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Very good question. The commissioner.
The member for Mount Pearl Southlands.
Just waiting for the light. Thank you. Okay, so you're saying that the commissioner is the person who determines the penalty. So, with that being the case, how would this work if there was, like, say, one, for lack of a better term, problem officer, and he or she has, you know, multiple complaints over a period of time of doing the same thing or similar things? So is the commissioner going to sort of look through the record, if you will, and then sort of will the punishment be progressive? And I guess tied to that question, given the fact that the RNC, they don't have a union per se, they do have an association, which is kind of like a union. So how does all that play into it in terms of collective agreements and everything else? How does that factor into it?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yes, so the commissioner can impose the discipline, as we said before. They'll have access to the files and previous files as well in order to make that decision.
The member for Mount Pearl Southlands.
So that being the case, what role would the RNC association have in these types of matters? Do they have an actual? I think they do have a collective agreement. They do have a collective agreement. So how does the collective agreement sort of fit into this whole thing when it comes to matters of discipline, particularly if you're going to have sort of an outside person now in the commissioner, not the chief, that's going to be imposing punishment or whatever you want to call it, sanction, whatever. So is that something that would go through like grievance procedures like it would in normal union, or how would that work in terms of the collective agreement and the union or the association?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said a couple of times before, the regulations will be developed in consultation with the RNCA as well as one of the others. The discipline measures will be outlined in the regs, and they will be a part of the development of those regulations with us as a stakeholder.
The member for Mount Pearl Southlands. The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Considers the collective agreement as well.
The member for Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you. My final question or area, I guess. I just have a question around the commissioner is there. You've said part of his role is about public interest and so on, that the RNC, that there's no system. It's not just not a one-off complaints about an officer being rude or whatever. It's about systemic issues and all that kind of stuff. So what does a member of the, and I honestly don't know this question. I don't know the answer to this question, so it's not a rhetorical question. But how does a member of the general public make a complaint, and who do they make a complaint to? Would it be the commissioner about response times? How does that work? Because it may not be an officer doing anything wrong other than the fact that there's not enough officers. And I hear from constituents, fairly regularly. I've been to a number of neighbourhood watch meetings, as an example, where neighbourhoods have tried to set up a neighbourhood watch. And during the neighbourhood watch consultation that was done with an RNC officer and so on, that the common theme that we heard from people in certain neighbourhoods is it's useless to call the police because they never show up. And the response, of course, is that I heard with my own ears from an RNC officer, was that from a resource point of view, unless we're dealing with priority one calls, dangerous calls, that they don't have the resources to show up. So you could make a call and no one shows up till 24 hours later. So how do you deal with that?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you very much for that. There's a variety of complaints that can come in through the Commissioner. That would be one that could come in, a variety of others as well. But so I just wanted to say that piece, that it can come in through the Commissioner. And then they could look at a systemic problem that could exist based on that, as a variety of other things, not just response times.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Seeing the hour today, I move, seconded by the Minister for Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that this House do now adjourn.
We've got to rise.
Stay back, Chair, from...
report progress.
Yes, that's all. Yes. I move that this House do rise and report Bill progress on Bill 102.
It is moved that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favour? And I need a seconder for this as well. Municipal Affairs. Against? Carried. Thank you.
Order, please. The Honourable the Member for Lake Millville.
Whole has directed me to report that they have made some progress on Bill 102 and asked leave to sit again.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole reports that the committee has considered the matters then referred and directed that they have made progress and asked leave to sit again. When shall the report be received? Now. When should the committee be asked to leave to sit again? Tomorrow. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Take two. We'll do better tomorrow, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that this House do now adjourn.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion carried. This House do stand adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.